Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We rolled out at Sandown in late February. We're at round 5 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Cars ready to roll out on track. It's Formula Vs. We'll go straight into Formula Fords, improved productions, BMW E30 and Hyundai Excels, MGs and invited British cars, HQs, Saloon Cars, historic touring cars, sports sedans, Porsche 944. Try and do all that in one breath without dropping dead before the end of today's racing. I'll hand straight over to our expert commentators for Formula V. Welcome this afternoon, Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Good afternoon, everybody. And as Darren said, welcome to a very, very sunny Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in September. Formula V's rolling out onto the circuit at the moment, 18 of them total, as Dan McCarthy joins me for race number 1 of the weekend. Good afternoon, Dan.
How are you, Steve? Great to be here. Looking forward to this one. Look at the weather conditions. It's September. Can you believe it?
And to think that it's even going to get better tomorrow. There's at least another 3 or 4 degrees air temperature to follow tomorrow. It's looking absolutely fantastic for the weekend. As we have a look at the Formula Vs out there on the track, there is your pole sitter from this morning's qualifying session at Reece McCarthy, but it was far from easy for him this morning. He had to drop back into some traffic late in the session and get a tow from Andre Curran and Nick Jones to secure pole by less than a tenth, as we wait to see what the final grid standings are. So he will be starting off of pole alongside Lee Partridge, with Nick Jones not too far behind in third, and Lee and Nick are both going for second overall in the Victorian State Race Series point standings, just 10 points separating those two. At the moment, Reith's pretty much got 4 fingers and 1 full hand on the Vic State Series trophy at the moment, but he's still got to get through this weekend. And then Heath Collinson made it 4 Sabres in the top 4, and there was about a second covering those 4 men at the end of qualifying.
Yes, certainly is. We continue to see the field come through. So Ash Clifford will come out of position number 5 alongside Andre Curran. Then we've got Brandon Taylor and Damien Spinello in the number 49 machine.
Brock Hamilton, who's a newcomer, switched over from Hyundai Excels in the last couple of weeks. He's taking over one of the Acura Motorsport Jaces for his first run in Formula V this weekend, with Charlie Richardson alongside him in the Jacer in position number 10. And Zach Barton, who's had a couple of rounds off, has put his school duties aside for this weekend and has picked up the number 12 JRD Sabre. He's managed to take that up to 11th place there on the road. Darren Powers next door to him. Josh Munro in 13th with Claudia Lennox alongside him. Malachi Windsor and Cameron Bell. And then the last 2 on the grid are Lucy Sidwell in 18th and Mick Fisher on her left in 17th place in the number 33 machine.
Simple maths in this one. Reece McCarthy can seal the deal if he wins the race and outscores Nick Jones by 5 points in the championship. So we'll keep you informed as it goes, but Reece McCarthy can wrap up the championship here in this very race.
Yeah, he's pretty much got to leave this race with a healthy points margin of just enough to cover himself for the remaining 2 races, because it's 30 points for a win in the first race usually, and then you've got another 30-point race later on in the weekend, and then there's a 40-point finale, which is classed as the feature race for the weekend. Pretty quick form-up, pretty brisk warm-up lap as well. Green flag at the back. We're set for Formula V action, race number 1 from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Timed races, so 20 minutes on the clock, and be about 18 or so by the time they release them, and away we go. Good initial reaction from Lee Partridge in a slow car in the middle of the pack. It's actually Heath Collinson with a very, very tardy getaway there, sinking like a stone through the field. He's probably going to be about 9th or 10th before they get to the first corner, but the pole sitter's been jumped. Partridge, with the very, very quick reaction time, gets the better of McCarthy into turn 1. Now, I was talking to a few of the Formula V drivers after qualifying, and the general consensus was they couldn't afford to let Reef get away out in front like he's been doing the last couple of rounds, because he's so good on cold tyres that once he gets clear, he's just gone.
They have said that over the last couple of rounds. Saying it is one thing and actually doing it is very much another, because here he comes already, swinging to the inside of Lee Partridge, down into the newly renamed Miller corner, and there he is, out at the front of the field already. He's won the last 10 races on the trot. He's been so dominant this year, and that's not what they wanted. McCarthy back in front already, halfway through lap number 1.
Now it's going to be a case of whether or not the top 2 or 3 can go with Reef McCarthy after this. So you can see you've got Partridge is slotted into second, Jones behind him in third, and then Brandon Taylor looks like he's moved his way up into 4th place there in the standings as well. If they can avoid fighting in the early going, because that's what gives McCarthy the advantage. Once he gets to the head of the field on cold tyres, the others haven't been able to sort themselves out and be able to cooperate with each other enough to chase him down. So if they can hold him in the pack for a little bit, or they can stay within slipstream distance of him over the course of the first couple of laps, then they're going to start to work their way into the race. Then they've got a chance.
Absolutely, and Nick Jones actually forcing him to defend down into MG, so it's actually Partridge with a little bit of a slight break, but this is where the toe comes into major effect. They're going to be possibly 3 wide down the pit straight as they complete the first lap of the race. There's no doubt Partridge will lead it, but here we go. We're going 2 wide, we're going 3 wide, now we're going 4 wide down into turn number 1. This is great action early on, and look at this. Jones is going to take it around the outside, so Jones moves up from 3rd to 1st. McCarthy's the one that's lost out. He's down to 4th, maybe even 5th, with Curran looking up the inside down into the southern loop.
Yeah, 4 became 2 and then 2 became 1 going into turn number 1, because Brandon Taylor had to back out of the throttle because the track does narrow up slightly on the right hand side as you approach turn number 1. So you needed to narrow it up, move over to the left, take the optimal line through the corner. That has given Jones a handy break in the Sabre 02 for Silver Fox Racing, and McCarthy's got some trouble at the moment. A little bit of a lock break, it looks like, down there, and he's having to work hard to stay with that group at the moment. Big group of 8 cars. Looks like they're heading through Siberia. Looks like Collinson's managed to recover after his tardy start, and then at the back of the pack, first the Acura Motorsport Chasers with Damien Spinello at the wheel of car number 49.
Certainly is, as they head up the hill towards the top of the hill over Lukey Heights, then down into MG. Here they come. Will anybody make moves here? It's a bit of an awkward position, this one, because if you make a move here, it leaves you vulnerable down the pit straight. There's Collinson in the green and black machine. He's already caught back up to this group after what was a very challenging start for him off the line.
Yeah, started 4th. He crossed the line in 7th last time around. Looks like he's moved up to about 6th place there. He's tucked in behind Andre Curran. So you got JRD cars sitting in 5th, 6th and 7th. Ash Clifford in the black machine. The Star Res is 7th in the queue. And heading down the pit straight for the second time.
Change of lead once again. Partridge back to the front, but McCarthy's got a good run now on the inside. But he's got no one to tow there, so that leaves him vulnerable. And Nick Jones will come back around the outside once again. He likes this, did this last lap, and he slots into position number 2. So Partridge, Jones and McCarthy. Then it's Curran, Collinson up to 5th position. And yeah, big group of cars now. 8 line astern as they head around Southern Loop. Already only 9 minutes left on the clock. Time is ticking already, and Jones looks to the inside into Stoner corner. That'll leave him on the outside though for the next corner, the hairpin. That is Miller corner. McCarthy looking to the inside. I think that's more to block than to attack. And Collinson's around his outside. Collinson, the reigning champion, still yet to take a victory this year.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an awkward year, Heath Collinson. Look at him in the point standings. He is 5th overall. He is some 40 to 50 odd points behind Nick Jones and Lee Partridge in 2nd and 3rd. In between the two of them is actually Andre Curran. He's actually not out of the championship picture for a top 3 finish. He's about 20 or so points adrift of Partridge and Jones. So if he has a good run this weekend, he can still leap up the standings as well. And he's in good position here, sort of in the middle of the pack, with the top 2 on your screen at the moment, the ones that are currently holding down second and third overall. And they've been that way all year. Every time we've come to a track, doesn't matter whether it's Sandown, whether it's Winton, whether it's here, you've had Lee Partridge and Nick Jones. They have been line astern just about every single race. They've been so close all year, and it shows on not just on the point standings, but on track right now, as illustrated.
Absolutely, yeah, just the 10 points between them and about a tenth of a second between them on the racetrack at the moment. Here comes Jones to the inside, and further back, that is Curran looking at Collinson. It's all a bit of a high-speed chess game at this point in time. Here comes McCarthy. This is the first time McCarthy will have led since lap number 1. He's back at the front of the field. So Jones now second, and now Partridge down to third. Looks like third is the place to be when you come on the pit straight at the moment.
Yeah, getting the extra tow from the second car that's in that group at the front proves to be quite handy. It's easy to get a tow from one car, but you get a bit of a double slipstream from the second car when they're in there as well. So it punches a much, much bigger hole in the air. There's not a lot of wind around today either too, so you're not getting a tailwind or a headwind up the front straight. So the tow actually becomes very, very important in a headwind, but in a very, very still day, it's still a very, very powerful thing to have.
Certainly is, as we see Collinson looking around the outside of Partridge. That's an interesting move, but can't quite make it stick on this occasion.
Making it very, very interesting here with not letting Reeve McCarthy get away from it here. So Nick Jones and Lee Partridge have definitely both thrown the gauntlet down in the opening handful of laps, and this group has quite comprehensively disappeared up the road. Next man behind this group of 8 cars is Darren Power in the number 44. He's some 10 seconds in arrears already after only 3.5 laps. So just going to show that this group of cars is working together. They're not doing anything silly. They're not, fighting too hard over positions, as there's a bit of a slide job exchange there with Taylor back up the inside of Curran at MG corner. But they haven't fought or argued too hard over positions. They've just decided we've got pace. Let's not do anything too silly. Let's just edge our way from the field. We'll sort it out later when we get the last lap board.
The slowest person in this group last time through was Brandon Taylor, a 54.0. The next best from any other group, any other driver out there, they're in the low 56s. So 2 second difference. These guys are in a league of their own at the moment. And it looks like Collinson's trying for the inside. It's a bit too shallow there. Thinks better of it and has to slot back into 4th position.
He had to check up quite heavily there as well and slot back in, look in his right hand and left hand mirrors to make sure he wasn't going to cut someone's nose off despite their face as that track narrows up, as we said a little bit earlier. It's a bit strange you're going into turn 1. You're sort of just expecting the track to be sort of like a pair of lines just stay the same width apart going around the corner, but in fact it actually sort of tapers in quite abruptly when you get down to the bottom of the hill.
Certainly does, and here comes McCarthy looking up the inside of Partridge. Of course, Partridge won the first race of the season at Sandown, and since then McCarthy's won every single one. It's been quite a remarkable performance from McCarthy. Collinson slipped back a couple of positions on this lap. We saw him get boxed in on the inside down into turn number 1, and he's lost another place on this lap. Is that to Brandon Taylor? I think it is.
Yep.
Taylor had a great run at Sandown, was looking to finish second in one of the races, and then spun out all by himself. So looking for his first podium of the season. It's sitting really nicely in 4th position at the moment.
Yeah, Taylor had a little bit of a dirty Sandown as well. There were a couple of incidents and stewards' rulings that didn't quite go his way. I think there was one in there about potential. There was either an exchange of positions under a safety car that wasn't quite his fault, that he was adamant definitely wasn't anything to do with him, but had to fight and argue that one. So he's looking for some redemption here as we get down to business in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. Given the lap times are about just sort of south of 2 minutes, you can look at the clock there and sort of work out. We've got about 3 or 4 laps probably to go here, and competitors have been told the last lap board will be displayed at the start-finish line when the last lap is being commenced, so they will get fair warning.
Absolutely. Collinson this time is going all the way around the outside, but no, he's going to lose out this time as well. Curran up the inside. That's quite a brave one. I think the intensity is just starting to rise now.
Just a little bit. I think Curran sort of went for the inside move and then had to back out of it at short notice. He was lucky that he was able to slot in to position 5 there. This is a great shot now. New for this round. I think they've actually commandeered, I've been told, the MotoGP scaffolding, which is on the inside of the track between turn 1 and turn 3, but it's delivering some fantastic new pictures for us for Blendline TV.
It's nothing like if the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, which stands up already for MotoGP in just a few weeks' time, and what an event that is set to be. As we see them go into Siberia. The 29 machine is
Brendan Taylor
in there, yes, very much in there now, up to 3rd position.
And just getting some word through too that the timing for that car is a little bit haphazard at the moment. He has just moved up to 3rd place overall. So just getting a read on what the lap times are. He actually does hold the fastest lap of the race at the moment, Brandon Taylor, at 52.86, and that's comprehensively quicker than anybody else. That's a good 3-4 tenths faster than anyone in this lead group.
Certainly is. Look at this, Jones. That's the biggest lead we've seen for quite some time, but I don't think it's going to be worth much as they head down the pit straight with the toes. McCarthy might be vulnerable, though, on this occasion. Not quite close enough to Jones to get a real good toe.
Well, these two on screen, Taylor and McCarthy, were working together in qualifying in the very early going. Towing each other around the circuit, then swapping back the other way and trying to get a good lap time on the board. And then it proved to be ineffective at the end of the day because some of the best times we saw in qualifying actually came in clear air for a number of drivers too. But then McCarthy left it late to snatch the pole position by jumping into the toe of a couple of fellow rival cars on what turned out to be the last lap of qualifying. It was a last-ditch gasp for him to launch up the order. He was 3rd in the standings up until that point, and then very quickly launched up to 1st. He's gone back to 1st now.
Ran wide. Oh, and a bit of a moment, Curran trying to get a good run, but Taylor ran wide there in a nice 3rd position, but lost out there to Partridge with an unforced error down at the southern loop, and it'll leave him vulnerable to both Collinson and Curran behind as well.
Now, as you said, the intensity just started to lift there, and that's the first signs of it. Just asking a little bit too much of the car, sliding through the corner. That forces then some drivers to take some evasive action behind it, checks everybody up, they lose the momentum, and then potentially if you do that too many times, you lose the draft. Thankfully, they haven't lost too much time in this instance. They're actually been able to catch back up. Jones has got back ahead of McCarthy, starting to hold him up a little bit more, and you can see now the group is just starting to close that gap down. And this is the sort of the margin you want to have when you come onto the front straight in normal drafting conditions, about that 4 to 6 car length gap behind the car that you're chasing, because that gives you plenty of time to get on the power, just nicely cruise up to the car behind, or in front rather, in the slipstream, and then eventually slipstream pass down the front straight.
Another lock up there for Taylor down into MG, and now vulnerable to Heath Collinson. This is, for me, the best chance they've had at beating Reef McCarthy since round number 1. They certainly are right there with him. This has generally been the battle for 2nd all season long, but this is the battle for 1st in this opening race of the weekend. 1 minute to go. I'm looking for a board.
2 more laps, I'd say.
Yeah,
I can't see a board right there at the moment. Time plus 1 lap. I was about to say, considering that there are 8 cars in this group, they are starting to split apart a little bit now. It looks like it's a race in 6. There's 2 cars that have just dropped off the back of this group here. Looks like it's Ash Clifford and Damon Spinello just starting to lose a little bit of touch with this group. There's Ash, and then Damien about another, half a second or so behind.
Yeah, certainly is a field of half dozen now for the victory. They are picking slowly one off each lap at the moment. Here comes Collinson, he's got a nice run. McCarthy's got a nice run as well, as you say. Awesome camera angle. We might go 3 wide down into Miller Corner. This you don't see this very often. No, Jones slots back in behind Partridge, who now has his turn at the head of the field, or does he? Because McCarthy's going to hold it around the outside. That'll give him for the inside for the next one. At Siberia, no, Partridge just about is able to close the door and hold on. And there we see Curran, who's dropped back to 6th. And look at this, Clifford is catching back up. He wants it to be a 7-car train once again.
Yeah, Clifford found a little bit of speed there as everybody was slicing and dicing their way through turn number 3. He's still within earshot here. He's actually in a pretty good spot now for a nice tow down the front straight. Big block of cars in front of him, and he will definitely catch up to the back of that group now. So waiting to see. Big manoeuvre and no contact, thank goodness, for Brandon Taylor. Big mistake at the top of the hill, very similar to what we saw McCarthy do a couple of rounds ago here in May at the top of the hill, and he drops out of the battle pack.
That was huge. 4-wheel lockup all sideways down the hill. They lost control over the crest and could not get it back under control. We are seeing the last lap board be displayed on the left-hand side of your screens. So this is it. This is the moment to really make your move.
And now there were 5. So Partridge, McCarthy, Jones, Collinson and Curran. That's where the victory is going to come from, and the other 2 spots on the rostrum. And now they're going to lay it all on the line. McCarthy surges to the lead around the outside of turn 1, which will put him in prime position for turn number 2. But there's still 10 more corners to go.
Do you want a lead coming out of the final corner? If you've got a margin, you certainly do. And McCarthy's trying to pull the margin. Look at 29 machine. Tried to go for Collinson. Major double lockup. Look at that's incredible.
Look, it's like he tried to change direction under brakes with too much brake pressure applied there. The car cracked sideways pretty comprehensively. Jones round the outside of turn 4. That's been the place to be on the opening lap and throughout the whole entire race. You can then hold position on the inside for turn number 6. It's called Siberia for a reason, but for today's weather, it's actually pretty good. It wouldn't be called Siberia if it didn't have the sorts of weather conditions we're used to here at the island. Clifford's now a bit too far back to challenge here. I think Curran's just settled into the groove here for a 5th place. He might have a late surge to the line with Jones, Collinson and Partridge really throwing down the gauntlet to McCarthy. They've got him boxed in here on the outside of turn number 9, but that opens the door for Collinson. He's got to leave some room for McCarthy down the inside here at 10, and he does, but the next corner goes left.
Oh, Collinson out really wide. Good job. There's a bit more tarmac runoff out there these days. And now look, they've both balked each other, and it's let Jones pull away.
This might be enough for Nick Jones. McCarthy's going to swing to the inside here at turn 12, but he might run out of real estate between now and the start-finish line. Jones is on his own. No lap traffic is a factor. Is Jones going to hold on to the line? He will, in a 3-wide finish behind, which will be secured by Collinson for 2nd, and McCarthy finishes 3rd.
Remarkable finish there. Look at the margins on the left-hand side of your screen. Just
nothing.
A couple of hundredths between the 3.
Absolutely nothing between 2nd through to 5th at the line. There were 3 wide coming to the stripe, as we've got a bit of a battle pack happening here for the minor placings. These are on the backs. These are a bit further down the field, actually. You've got Josh Munro in the 2nd of the Beecham cars this weekend. We'll talk more about that tomorrow with Cameron Bell, and there's Claudia Lennox in behind there as well in the Jacer, all coming to the line here. So unfamiliar machinery for Josh Munro this weekend. Malachi Windsor ahead of them, crossing the line in 13th place. And Munro is going to hold on for 14th. After that was a race-long battle between the 3 of them down the order as well.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the caps in the end. 1/4 second between Jones and Collinson, and then 1/10 between Collinson, McCarthy, Partridge and Curran. And then the top 5 separated by 4/10 of a second at the line.
And the streak of 10 race wins comes to an end.
It does. Nick Jones, 6 podiums so far this season. Finally a win.
Yeah, he deserved that. He's been driving very, very well all season, Nick Jones, in all conditions in the Club Championship, and he deserves that win. And he's won a couple of times here before. The last time I think I saw him win a race here at Phillip Island was probably about 4 years ago in Formula V, and it wasn't in that car. It was in his Jacer 98. So good on you, Nick Jones. Well done ahead of Heath Collinson and Reef McCarthy. Partridge and Cure in the top 5. Clifford, Spinello, Taylor, Richardson and Zach Barton home in 10th. And everybody got home importantly. So even though there wasn't a lot of television action for those outside the top 10, they all did get to the finish line and they all finished on the lead lap. So that's excellent to see. So well done everybody in Formula V. As the last of those cars coming to the line now, there it is Lucy Sidwell. And that rounds out race 1 here on Saturday afternoon at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round number 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. And look at what's rolling down the lane now. Here they come. Big field of national Formula 4s. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back trackside here at a beautiful day trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. If you're anywhere in the neighbourhood, and I mean right down to Bairnsdale, Melbourne, Geelong, the Albury, Wodonga border region, make your way to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for a massive weekend, round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we really send a very big thank you right out to the 888 Home Loans people for all of their support right throughout this racing season. It's been fantastic to have 888 Home Loans on board. They've got a great product, and right now in history is the best time of all to get the pulse taken of your home loan and see if 888 can give you a hand in making it a lot more pleasant experience. There's lots of people within motorsport that have done so over the last little while, so we thank 888 Home Loans. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, the man that keeps his finger on the pulse of all things 888 Home Loans, and most importantly, the national and state Formula Fords is Callum Brannigan. Welcome, Callum.
Thank you, Darren. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone tuning in from home and also around the circuit. Indeed, we have race 1 of the National Formula Ford coming your way very shortly, incorporating the Victorian Formula Ford Championship as well. 35 cars in total. Matthew Hillier on pole position, taking the tyres and more pole position cash award. And I've got a huge field of cars, as you can see them streaming out of the pits and onto the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, which is looking absolutely superb today under the sun. And massive field of cars, as we alluded to as well. So, Daniel Ferguson, Kyle Potter, Cody Mains, Ruddy, Imogen Bradburn. 21st position, we've got Nico Mendez, Lachlan Evanet, Harry Blanchard, and James Crozier starting out of position 24. Fraser High starting out of P25 alongside Ethan Fitzgerald. Connor Nicholson out of P27 alongside Carly Fleming in the number 42 entry. Paul Ziddy out of the commentary box, back behind the wheel of the Gilles Pretty Special Spectrum, starting P29. He's the last of the Duratec runners. Richard Davison starting on effective pole position for the Kent entries. He's ahead of James Meaden, Peter Fitzgerald starting out of P3, Mark Zellner and Frank Harris rounding out the Kent entries, or the 1600 cars. So we've got 2 classes of Formula Ford racing in Australia. We've got the Duratec cars. You'll see most of them out the front of the field, and then you've got the older modelled Cortina engine from the Kent Motors, as was the case when Formula Ford was introduced to Australia back in 1969 at the Sandown International Motor Raceway. They were running a 1600cc Kent engine straight out of a Cortina. Then 2005 to 2006 it was, 2006 moved over to the modern Duratec engine. Of course, it's a big thank you to the corporate partners supporting Formula Ford Australia. We've got Yokohama, Dick Johnson Racing, Racer Industries, Castrol, Ferodo Racing and the Norwell Motorplex, all throwing their support behind Formula Ford in Australia, and it's where champions are made. You've got the stars of tomorrow today. You can see the future up-and-comers warming up the tyres and getting these Yokohama AO48 control semi-slick tyres up to temperature as soon as possible, trying to get those pressures up, trying to make sure the brakes are nice and warmed. And Matthew Hillier rather pragmatically slowly leading the field on to the main straight where they will grid up. But as far as the eye can see, Formula Ford's gridded up here for the first race of the weekend.
We've got someone coming down pit lane as well, so withdrawing early on pit lanes. We'll try and catch who that is if we can. That's very early for seeing someone to be trundling down pit lane. Very, very slow here. The actual lap time or the race time has begun, so they've lost 3 minutes already on this warm-up lap. Very, very slowly coming down. It is part of the skill to be on the front row of the grid to hold the field up so you're not sitting there for too long, but you also want to get a hurry on so that you can get more racing time in this particular race. So we've got a car coming down. We'll try and catch that number.
It's number 30, I think it is. Sorry, the sun is just streaming in the background. That is indeed a number 30 car, so that's Eddie Bezic.
Bezic, yeah.
Starting out of pit lane. So
well, he hasn't stopped at the team or anything like that. He's just taken up his spot at the pit exit. So I wonder what the strategy is behind that. The field all at one. I'm just being informed it's a penalty from a previous round there. So that's where that's been picked up from. So a pit lane start as we see all the crews from Sonic and Spectrum making their way back. And we are poised for this race start, Callum.
It's with thanks to Victorian Freight Specialists for yet another round throwing their support behind Formula Ford racing in Australia. Hard against the 7,000 RPM rev cut. Racing getting underway there. A fantastic start from Matthew Hillier. Looks like we've got a slow getaway in the back of the field there as well, trying to make out who that was. Looks like one of the CHE entries, but almost immediately they're into a slipstreaming battle. Harrison Sellers looming in the background there as well. Jack Bussey here in a great battle as well. Has got the inside line going into turn one. I love Formula Ford racing at Phillip Island, Darren. We can expect thrills, not so many spills, and a lot of slipstreaming. It's so hard out of the box for all of these young men. And they try to extract as much speed as possible around the long flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So expect to see a lot of slipstreaming battles as they come through turn 4 now, Miller Corner as it's colloquially referred to. And it looks like Jake Santalucia has joined his stablemate from the Sonic Motor Racing Services team. He's jumped up into P2 there. That's a great start for him, with Harrison Sellers just behind him as well. Meanwhile, Damon Woods has hung out to dry there around the outside. He's got Xavier Kokai wagging the tail in his spectrum just behind him as well. But this is a great, clean start from the entire field. You can see the heat haze out there. It's not too hot, but it's just hot enough here. There's beautiful conditions here at Phillip Island. Fantastic to have motorsport being conducted under such brilliant weather conditions. And obviously the more than capable Yokohama AO48 control tyre can deal with all sorts of weather. Up the inside here, that's Joe Fawcett. He is currently the Victorian Formula Ford Championship leader coming into this round, but it looks like his exit's been slightly compromised there. So he's got Bailey Collins just behind him for company with Tom Davies as well, looming large in that green Miguel with Cody Mains running just behind here. Now that's Jake Santalucia alongside Matthew Hillier, but they're almost 3 wide in the background there as they come into turn 1. Matthew Hillier up the inside in the number 2 entry. He's got Jake Santalucia just behind him, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 cars in the battle for the lead, Darren.
Interestingly enough, Harrison Sellers has gone back to P3. This could be a strategic positioning, because we know how these open wheelers react when they come onto the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've got just over 11 minutes left in this race, so he might be poising himself for a bit of a slipstream to the line at the end of this. Having said that, he was on the front row of the grid. You'd probably want to be well and truly in the lead. The 47, a massive lock up there, sliding down into turn number 4, and that wasn't what we wanted to see. Joe Fawcett, who you just touched on, starting out of 13th, and Joe has made up 1 position. He's going to have to do better than that on a lap-on-lap basis, although he's doing a terrific job in the championship. Qualifying out of 13th is pretty bad coming into round 5. There he is there, and getting a good look at the number 23. So he is coming through the field in the spectrum and trying to just grab more and more points. But these guys out in front, Matt Hillier in particular, is doing a lot of racing in 2023.
Well, just wincing in the background here, Darren. Around the outside there, that's Matthew Holmes in a number 41 Dream Street entry that's supported by Altatech Racing throughout season 2023. But he had Bailey Collins in the number 96 entry on screen there up the inside, but he did well to negotiate that. But look at them fan out, chasing that elusive slipstream. It's worth about a second per lap around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, so that slipstream drafting effect is exaggerated by these small Formula Fords. 510 kilos in weight. They are a wonderful little technical package. You've got Spectrums made right here in Victoria by Mike Borland and the team down at Borland Racing Developments in Brayside. You've also got the local agent for McGale importing those cars from France. So it's a good mix of Australian vehicles, I guess you would say, Darren, as the Spectrum McGale battle has forged on for the last few seasons. So now what's going on here there, Bailey Collins is just ahead of Matt Holmes behind him, but he's coming under fire from the number 53 there. Tom Davies also showing the nose, as well as Cody Mains Ruddy as well. Jake Santalucia, we've missed that. He's taken the lead of the race, but we expect this to dice and change several times. And we are just hearing bits and pieces in the background as well there. So there's action aplenty throughout the field, up and down the field. So we believe that move was made at turn 4. So that was a good move at Miller Corner. But Matt Hillier is not going to let him off too easily with Harrison Sellers still. Oh no, it's Connor Summers, sorry, in the number 71 just behind there as well. So it's McGale 1, 2, 3. And we've got Kobe Williams featuring in the background in the number 94 Spectrum as well, Darren.
A lot of interest being shown to Will Lowing out coming into this round. Started off 9th. Unfortunately for Will at the moment, he's gone back to 13th in number 53. He's driving the Sonic McGale here as well. So there's moves up and down the field. This front pack is going to go 3 wide coming onto across the strike and just weaving around the back there. Connor Summers trying to find a gap between these two, between the number 2 of Matt Hillier and the number 4 of Jake Santa Lucia. Matt Hillier, every time they open the gates of a racetrack, seems to have a helmet and boots on and going for a race this year. Great way to be, keeps you absolutely focused on it. The Apex Steel entry just off the back of that pack now, getting a good look at the front end of that car and running down into turn 3. Fastest lap to the 71 of Connor Summers.
Jake Santa Lucia having a look up the inside in the number 4 Focus on Furniture McGale, but he thinks better of it that time around. Maybe perhaps this is exactly where he wants to be, knowing full well that the slipstream effect around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is heavily exaggerated. So here's Zach Lobko in the number 7 entry, showing the nose coming through Siberia. He's got Harrison Sellers just ahead of him. Xavier Kokai is a bit of a mover and shaker as well in the number 10 entry just behind. He's climbed up to position 8 and is doing a great job to control the pace of that battle. But Kobe Williams currently in position 4, just ahead of, that is the Harrison Sellers car up from Tasmania. He's a staunch Hawthorn supporter in the AFL as well. So it's good, great young kid, up and coming. He's got a huge future in motorsport ahead. And of course, defecting to Team Altatech for the round previous at Sandown just a few weeks ago, and that saw immediate success taking pole position and a race victory as well. So continuing that success with the team led by Glenn Jagger. Now have a look at this battle as well. Now that's Lachlan Strickland, I believe, in the number 47, and we saw him locking brakes 3 wide into turn 1. Look at that shot. That is a brilliant shot, looking straight up the barrel of the main straight there. Connor Summers making his way up into the lead in the number 71 entry, and he's got Matt Hillier just behind. Hillier himself is part of the Walkinshaw Andretti United Academy and is splitting this year's racing duties with the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series as well. Pulling out of the slipstream once again is Jake Santa Lucia. He's going to benefit from a bit of a tow as well from the Connor Summers entry, but here is Matt Hillier up the inside as easily as you like it. Now, he can actually take the Australian Championship this weekend. Oh, run out wide there, Kobe Williams. Not too much room there, so he was actually given a little bit of a move there, not quite so much of a nudge, but Zach Lobko not leaving a huge amount of space there on the exit, but beautifully clean and close racing between the young men and women out there this afternoon for Formula 4, Darren.
Showing plenty of aggression there, Zach Lobko, trying to make his way through the field. He's going to have his hands full now because Xavier Kokai, the ever fashionable in his pit lane clothing gear out there at the on the racetrack, and when he gets back into the pit area, you'll know him. He's doing a terrific job coming out of position number 11, and he's now into 7th, and he is lining up Lobko for a manoeuvre as well. Just watching this this group here just off the front, running, coming around turn 12 there. Good look inside Xavier Kokai there, and here comes our leaders, line astern with each other. This was what I was touching on at the start, but Callum, but Harrison Sellers in the number 13 has now lost touch, and he has actually gone down a spot on that last lap as well. So he is now out just under 2 seconds between the gap between him and the race leader. So off pole, I thought he might have been playing a bit of a strategy, but you don't want a big gap like that back to the front 3 here in the first race of the weekend for the Triple Eight Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
He's not a sitting duck. You don't see too many ducks around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. More Cape Barron geese locking the brakes. Is Xavier Kokai. The number 10 rotates, swaps ends on him. It looked like he had the rears out of sorts, locked up, and there might have been a bit of compression braking as well, maybe perhaps a bit of a misshift going down there, so not too sure what happened with the Kokai entry, but the number 10 has looped it at turn 4. Let's hope he can get it fired back up again and back out on to the circuit and resume as normal. Hairy moment there for Xavier Kokai, right up the pointy end of the field in terms of point scorers this season. This is his third full-time season in Formula Ford racing in Australia, starting in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship before moving up to a full-fledged Australian campaign in season 2023.
There's the number 23 of Fawcett. Here we go, back, and there's Xavier Coco. The side pod there is not a judgment. Spinner on the straight. Massive moment coming onto the straight there. Was not sure who that was, but wow, a car looped it just in the back of shot there. Fawcett has gone up 2. We're just watching to see who's losing spots here to see who that was, but Fawcett up 2, Lowering off 2, Bustle up 2, Collins up 2. Just trying to pick up who it was, but someone's dropped a lot of spots there.
I think it might have been Bailey Collins, but citation required on that one. So not throwing him under the bus, but that was a dramatic moment at turn 12 coming onto the main straight, an extremely fast part of the circuit. At the head of the field, here's Matt Hillier, the pole sitter. He's back up the inside of his stablemate in Jake Santalucia with Connor Summers. Just sitting there grinning like a Cheshire cat in the number 71. McGale doing a superb job in that brilliantly presented high-tech entry. The orange, black and white hues looks sensational under the blaring sunshine here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Now we've got just under 3 minutes remaining in this race. Of course, that 20-minute timer started ticking down as soon as they left the dummy grid for this race. But no matter where you look through at the field, there are battles aplenty. Here is Tom Davies having a look around the outside of Matt Holmes, coming up over Lukey Heights, and they're going to go deep under brakes into the right-hander at turn 10, where they really chuck these cars at the corner. Up the inside there at the number 11 as well. That was clean and tidy. The battle rages on as well, and there's Imogen Radburn as well featuring in the background of this battle. So overall, this is the battle for position 12, I believe, so it was position 13. So they're just outside of the top 10, but you can see the slipstream effect too. It's quite a dramatic example of it. They just keep fanning out left and right, looking for that hole in the air being punched by the car just ahead of it. Now, is this Lachlan Strickland up the inside? He looks like he might take that manoeuvre, that position away. A lot of very similarly liveried cars out there, so apologies if I get some of the names incorrect, Darren. But no matter where you look, there is action aplenty.
It certainly is, and the way the sun is absolutely blaring down here this weekend. What a magnificent day for round 5 to start racing off here, and the Formula Fords acquitting themselves brilliantly. You don't see any other category fan out across the straight like we do with Formula Fords, and we just saw it on that lap. They're all being told by the pit lane, yes, this is all happening. They've also got race receivers in tune with race control, so they're being told if there's any yellows out. And I've got to say, Callum, with only 1 minute left in this is a fantastic Formula Ford race, and they are doing a tremendous job. Here we go. This is a replay, the 888 Home Loans replay coming onto the straight. There's Fawcett, there's Will Lowing. So we're just inside the 10.
Oh, that was Bailey Collins indeed.
Yep, it was. Wow,
that was a huge
so lucky.
Extremely lucky. He looped it in front of the cars and was extremely lucky to keep it clear and to resume so quickly there. So that would have been a bit of a hair-raising moment for him indeed, and dropped
He's
him
only
down
lost
to
2
position
spots.
11.
He only lost 2 spots.
Yeah.
Well, the one that's lost spots is Xavier Coco. He's out to 22 now, so he was in that pack, and the stream just came tearing past him. So that was a big loss of spots. But Bailey Collins, it's interesting that Bailey's down just inside the 10 anyway. Normally a top sort of 5 contender. As we've got this race at the front now, another race leader, Jake Santalucia, got the race lead with 7 seconds remaining on the clock, so they'll come around one more time, and they will go on to their last lap. Around turn 3 now. Big braking manoeuvre here, side by side, no lead change this time. Yes, there is. Matt Hillier now goes into the lead. Jake Santalucia, Connor Summers in the background. We go back to Connor Summers and Harrison Sellers back a spot, and that is starting to push on. Great battle pack out in front here. These 3 really giving us classic Formula Ford racing, swapping for the lead. Wow, here we go, Callum. Pick your favourite out of that mob.
It's too hard, but Oh, look at Xavier Kokai. He's recovered beautifully after that spin down at turn 4, so he's charging his way back through. Now, Lachlan Strickland is leading this battle pack, and it looks like he's got Kyle Cotter for company in there as well. Coming up through Lukey Heights, that's number 117 of Kyle Cotter there, the white car just looming in the background as well. But Xavier Kokai's got the outside line. He's going to try and hang on here as they indeed go too wide. This is fantastic racing.
Daniel Fruger's caught up right in the middle of that pack as well. Couldn't go left or right there for a while. He was hemmed in.
And it's also about track position as well. So these guys and girls are thinking about where they want to place their car for the final lap, which we've just been told in the background. It looks like the car of Fruger's potentially, one of the white McGales has gone spearing off. Very high speed coming onto the main straight, and I do believe that is Fruger's there. That's another hair-raising moment down there at turn 12. But as I was saying, Darren, this is musical chairs at 240 kilometres per hour. When the music stops, you want to make sure your car is placed absolutely beautiful to pounce and make an opportunity and try and gain as many positions as you can on this last lap. So here's Matthew Hillier leading the way from Jake Santalucia and Connor Summers. I reckon Connor Summers is in a bit of a box seat here. He's a dark horse as this race is starting to close out. This is indeed the last lap of the race. They're running out of corners to do so, and it's with thanks to VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, for throwing their support behind wonderful, awesome racing, grassroots racing for Formula Ford. Now, we're just being told as well, there's a bit of smoke coming out of one of the cars, the leading trio here, but there's not too much time left in this race, so it shouldn't be too much of a factor as they come over Lukey Heights. Matt Hillier still defending hard. Jake Santalucia also from Sonic Motor Racing Services just behind, and Connor Summers in the number 71 here, but have they been napping just a little bit as they're coming around turns 11 and 12? Using all of the space, coming on to the main straight, but Matt Hillier, he is in the box seat. This is exactly what he needed to do to lock away the championship for 2023. We'll get confirmation later. And Matt Hillier across the line just from Jake Santalucia, and Connor Summers home in position 3 there. Fantastic racing, but it's still raging on, Darren.
It is. How far do you want your race win by? 0.06 to between 1 and 2, and 0.07 between 2 and 3 on the road, and they come streaming across. Hillier, Santalucia, Summers, Sellers, Williams, Lobco, Wood, Collins, Fawcett improves 5 spots in this race. Bustle, Lowing, Will Lowing, where did he start? He started out of 9th. He went down to 13th and has made his way back up to 11. Xavier Kokai fights all the way back to position number 12. Eddie Bezic, after a pit lane start, makes his way into 13th. Then it's Strickland into 14th. An honourable mention down the pack there to 31 to Mark Zellner, who dinged things up pretty badly earlier around this year. Fantastic to have Mark back on track. Very, very well known around motorsport. I think he's 3rd in the Ken Engine cars there.
Yes, with Richard Davison, we believe is going to come through on screen just a few moments, and that is in the wins entry. Now, that's the same Van Diemen RF95 that both of his sons, Alex and Will, drove when they made their competition debut in Formula Ford back in the 90s. And we got confirmation on screen here now. So Matthew Hillier takes out race 1 of round 6 of the Australian National Formula Ford Championship. Jake Santalucia home in P2, ahead of Connor Summers as well, but look at the gap there as Darren talked about just before, just a 10th of a second separating 1, 2 and 3. Harrison Sellers in 4th position, Kobe Williams in 5th, Zach Lobco home in 6th position, Damon Woods, Bailey Collins, Joe Fawcett and Jack Bussey rounding out the top 10. He's down from Queensland.
Richard Davison, fascinating story, fascinating family. You can hear all about it at the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast. Check it out, a fascinating story. A lot of history in Richard's career. Of course, dad of both Will and Alex, who exist at the very top echelons of Australian motorsport. Have a look at that field of Formula Fords as they stream in. Very healthy category indeed, Callum.
Yeah, Fraser High home in position 21. Daniel Frugas after that moment in 22nd. James Crozier, Connor Nicholson, Carly Fleming home in P25, just ahead of Paul Ziddy, who's back behind Will in position 26th. Ethan Fitzgerald, Richard Davison home, and we've got Peter Fitzgerald and James Meaden rounding out the Kent entry along with Mark Zellner as well. So that was a dramatic way to get Formula Ford racing off and running for this weekend's round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. And of course, there's more racing coming your way tomorrow. We've got 2 Formula Ford races coming live and free on the streams, no matter how you tune in. So we're going to catch our breath, Darren. We're going to have a drink of water, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with improved production in a few moments.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A beautiful day, well worth making your way to the track here. It is always better in live and 3D. Absolutely get to the track, see it all, smell it all, be it all. There's a bit of a fresh breeze about, and it's probably fairly typical temperature, but gee, if you're in the sun, it is absolutely magnificent. No one in wetsuits surfing out there today, a little bit flat, just some breakers on the rocks there for those surfers. And believe it or not, we do get a lot of surfers through the gate. When there's no surf about, they come and enjoy the racing. So welcome to any of those trackside that have quit the surf for the weekend and come and joined us here. Big shout out to all of our volunteer officials around the track, the Victorian Flag Marshalling team, front and centre whenever you open the gates here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Of course, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, doing their tremendous job protecting everyone from those particular dangers, or if needing rescues. Let's hope they have a very relaxed weekend. And all of our volunteer officials around the track. Improved Production Cars will be on track in just a few moments. As always, a very strong, fast field of race cars. If the sports sedans are the big bangers of Australian motorsport, then these guys are whatever's not as big as the sports sedans as far as bangers go. Steve DeVries right alongside me, Darren Smith. Steve, round 5, it's been a hotly contested year, and boy, oh boy, a mix-up front row again with Danny Timewell on pole.
Certainly is. Danny Timewell with the personal best this morning in qualifying and his second pole position of the season to go along with pole position at Sandown earlier on in the year. So Danny's pretty happy about that. And the man who is at the points, or the pointy end of the point standings, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, right alongside him in the GC Electrical Senator, and Luke can go a long way to wrapping up the Victorian State Race Series title this weekend with some good, strong performances. And he was only about a second behind, so he actually sort of buttoned it off toward the middle part of qualifying, parked the car, didn't want to risk it, just on the front row, he's in the race. You've got Ian McLennan alongside in row number 2 in 3rd place, with Matt Logan in the Mack Trucks entry in 4th. And then back to Rick Hogan and Andrew Rhodes Anderson, who we haven't seen for a little while. So it's good to have the Pakenham Tyres and More VN Commodore out there in 6th place, charging hard as always. Andrew Tickner in the VH Commodore in 7th place, and Jinwook Song, who's been probably the revelation of the year in improved production, the Rookie of the Year elect at the moment in 8th, with Wayne Twist and Richard Opie. Wayne had a good run at the Bend a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I think it was only last weekend over in South Australia. Did very, very well over there, and he's returned and qualified strongly again in 9th place. And over the page we go. Paul Clough in another one of the RX-7s. They're representing here this weekend. There's a couple of them. And Peter McLean, who's the first of the under-2s, in 14th, with Valentich and Scott McLean in 15th and 16th. And the field continues on here. We've got about 24, 25 cars. Stephen Theologiou in the WRX, with Stuart Dearden holding up the Ford EA Falcon, or EB Falcon in his case, Brigade in 18th, with Wayne Decker and Connor McLeod, who's one of the Hyundai Excels that changes the tyres on that car and can do either Excels racing or, in this case, improved production racing, ahead of Peter Fleming, Bradley Ross, Paul Theologiou, who's in a Holden Commodore with the Lakes Entrance Smash repairs branding on the side. And Stephen Gorman was the only casualty in qualifying this morning. Had a bit of a vibration in the front end, elected to park the car very, very early on. Looks like it was a damaged wheel rim, and he's got that out and ready to go.
Danny Timewell leading the field down there to Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. A big shout out to Luke and Michelle, who tied the knot just very recently. So fantastic, great motorsport relationship there. Have spawned from racing here in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So let's see how Luke can go with the support of his new bride here this weekend. Great to see the closeness of the racing and improved production this year. There is a bit of a gap between the haves and have-nots at the moment. It really does feel like it's a bit of a GM benefit out in front. But the rules are the rules, and that's what people are building cars to these days. And Danny Timewell has acquitted himself very well. He's used some fantastic resources around, and when you look back down the field, they all have been. Matty Hogan has really acquitted himself well, doing some fantastic driving there as well. As you said, great. Well, welcome back to Andrew Rhodes Anderson. Great to see the VN back out on track. It'd be good to see the Lloyd boys bring their VN back out from Shep City Bearings with Troy and his brother Steve at some point. But certainly some great racing. And Jinwook Song, who has in the 121 in the Commodore there as well. Terrific to see the progress and the development there as well. Big shout out to Wayne Twist and Richard Opie. They have done a terrific job landing themselves inside the top 10 in qualifying here. Wayne Twist was over at the BMW Challenge, or whatever. I think
the
it was
Roundel Cup is what they call it. And Rob Braun was over there as well. A couple of Victorians went across. Matt Logan as well.
Yep, did a tremendous job. So really looking forward to seeing that. Fantastic to see a couple of rotaries back in the field, and I say that because the heartbeat of this category from the 80s all the way through to the mid-noughties was rotaries. It was RX-7s and snotty-nosed RX-3s and things like that. So really cool to see an RX-8, even an RX-7 in the middle of this field here as well. So cool to see, I guess, a bit of a nod to the history of the club cars aspect of this category. But boy, I tell you what, you've got to have some thumping horsepower to be in the first 3 rows of this category, don't you?
Yeah, first 4 rows, all General Motors powered at the moment. So you've got the VF and a HSV Senator on the front row, and then you just look at all the different makes and models of the General's men that occupy those top 8 grid spots. Plenty of horsepower. And you've got to have it, as you said, you've got to have it in this day and age. That is sort of the formula that has been the recipe for success in recent years.
Steve, I noticed something just looking out of our vantage point here. The sun is just glistening off these cars. The pride and the energy that goes into presenting these cars like professional race teams is absolutely amazing. They're not. You look at them and you think, yeah, there's a group of people in the background here that, you know, Gary Rogers Motorsport or something prepping these cars. No, it's not. They come out of their sheds and we're about to go racing. Gretsch Gumbo up on the limiter in the 25 as we're about to go racing in improved production for the first time at round 5. McClellan gets a brainer of a start, looks to the inside, and he is going to draw right alongside the front two on the grid there, but it is going to be Danny Timewell. He is using the horsepower advantage nicely. Around the outside sweeps Luke Gretsch Gumbo. Logan in the mix there as well, and there's Andrew Rhodes Anderson. Gee, you can see the rust just blowing out of his joints, can't you?
You can see it coming out the tailpipe of the Pakenham Tyson Morvan Commodore as he soars into turn 1 and 2 in there behind Rick Hogan and Matty Logan. Oh, I thought we had somebody off the circuit for a moment there. The camera cut away very briefly, and we do. It is the number 44 machine of Glenn Boyd, who's in for his first run in the category. He's had a bit of a moment there. You can see the tyre tracks. It looks like he's had a moment to have to correct the steering or correct a slide of some nature, and he's going to drop right to the back of this field.
Magnificent looking VH Commodore there. Looks like it's running some aeros also on that car as well. So period perfect there. It was Mick Hones that all those years ago had called or used one of these VHs in their club car iteration of improved production to go very, very well in the championship. But we've got a number of VH Commodores running as well this weekend as we get a good look at the back of the front end of the field going up the hill and looking out over Bass Strait. Wave to your friends in Tasmania if you're up on top of Lukey Heights here today. It is a magnificent day.
Yeah, you got Andrew Tickner there and the other VH Commodore just tucked into the slipstream there behind some of the other faster men. There's Jinwook Song, who is just tucked in behind. This man on the front of the shot here has had a really good run in the last couple of rounds too. Richard Opie in the XR5 Turbo. He's managed to jump himself ahead of Wayne Twist and Richard Opie in the early going. He qualified behind them on the grid. Where is he? Where was he? He's actually come quite up the order quite quickly as a result of that. I think there's about 2 or 3 grid spots behind the BMW and the RX-8 on screen, so he's had a really good launch further up the grid at the start of this race.
Grant Oggle's doing a terrific job there in that XR5 Ford as well, looking the goods, and we get a great head-on shot here. The rapid 140 coming charging down the straight there. That is Tickner in the yellow VH. There's Jinwook Song, who we touched in lead-in comments there in the 1-2-1, sitting nicely into position number 8. Just getting his, feeling his groove, getting used to the track here today. And we just hear in the background there that RX-8 of Richard Opie out of Bendigo Mazda. So a big journey to get here. Always does himself very, very well. A happy hunting ground for the rotary powered cars for many, many years here at Phillip Island.
Up in front of the field too, looks like Gretsch Gumbo's managed to get past McLennan after that little bit of a tardy start where McLennan went through into second place all but briefly, and Gretsch Gumbo managed to get that spot back just before they got to the checkered flag, or not checkered flag, the control line rather, to finish lap number 1. And now McLennan's coming under a little bit of pressure from Matt Logan in the number 43 VE Commodore as they head up the back part. This great section of racetrack, sweeping left, sweeping right, fully on power. Then you've got this blind approach over the top of Lukey Heights, and until you get right to the top of the hill, you can't see where the turn goes and the track goes next.
I tell you what, if you close your eyes a little bit, just squint a little bit, there's a little bit of P. Brock about that Monaro coming across the top of the hill in one of his last great drives here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. The Pro Cut car of McLennan always turns out very, very well. Interesting enough, Steve, I did some homework before this weekend into who won this round last weekend. It was pretty simple. Qualifying race 1, 2 and 3 was all Adam Paul. He's also our national champion as well. Threatened to enter here this weekend. I was looking forward to seeing whether he could take another lap record in the category, but I tell you what, got to take it to that guy. He's done a brilliant job. He's swept all before him right up to the Nationals earlier on this year that was run part of the Shannon's Trophy Series at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, he's been a dominant force, not just in pre-production here in Victoria, but wherever he's gone, that car is an absolute weapon and breaking lap records left, right and centre. And we were looking forward to seeing if he could actually do the same again this weekend. He's elected to stay home, unfortunately for us, but the rumour was he was actually very, very close to going even faster than the lap record he set 12 months ago here at Island Magic, and that was when he broke Ray Hislop's record by about a tenth and a half. To think he could go even faster is mind-boggling.
Absolutely is. The other one was Jared Tonks. Both those guys that dominated this round were first and second at this round last year, not here. So the form coming into this round is with Luke Rich-Gumbo, not just because he's in the championship lead with Danny Timewell competing for that, but at this round last year, he did a tremendous job as well. Worked very hard, as always, Luke Rich-Gumbo does.
He certainly does. Just seeing there, Steve Gorman, he's slowly starting to make his way through the field. He's just caught up to the back of Paul Clough, who's in 17th place. So started 24th and now up to 18th for the BMW M3 of Stephen Gorman. So it looks like that wheel rim issue from qualifying has well and truly been rectified. And Logan's getting quite close now to the back of McLennan's Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro. And the gap very, very close, less than a half a second now, visually there on the screen, heading around the last turn on this beautiful sweeping circuit. McLennan using a little bit of the ripple strip on the outside, but not too much. You don't want to go too far beyond the track limits there at the last turn, because once you start to get into that little bit of the AstroTurf, you start to get into a little bit of danger if you start to push the limits a bit too hard. And we've seen plenty of cars go way too far and loop it off that final corner and then smack the pit lane fence.
Rick Hogan doing a tremendous job there as well, in one of the older shape VRVS shape Commodores as well, just not being able to match the pace of the front four. But boy, he's been thereabouts right throughout this season, Rick Hogan, in the 124, just off the back of this shot here. And there we go, back down to the front end of the field. McLellan now, a bit of understeer there. That wasn't pretty through turn 3. There's Rick Hogan in the back of shot there. And here comes Andrew Rhodes-Anderson doing a really good job after not being on track for quite some time. I actually can't remember the last time we saw the Pakenham entry.
It's been a couple of years for Andrew Rhodes-Anderson, and the one thing that everybody loves to see with that car when it turns up is the tribute that's on the bonnet. You can see it there. It's actually an Anzac Memorial tribute. He changed that bonnet over probably a couple of years ago now. I think it was before pre-COVID when he changed it over, and it stands out. You walk past in the paddock and you take a look at it, and it's a beautiful piece of artwork.
Tremendous tribute there as well. And right behind here, this is Tickner weighing in on the battle. Well, they still have a good run for it. Probably, I'm not quite sure, but just looking at the entry, they're both running 5 litres. So it's just running the venerable 308s in these two cars, as opposed to the LS3s in the front-running GM products. But certainly looking really strong around here as the field just strings out a little bit here. Just watching also for Clough in the 22 from Pakenham Mazda. Great to see him on track as well. So a couple of Mazda dealers represented here. Of course, we've seen the Mazda dealers doing a pretty good job in sports sedans and here as well over the years as well. So looking to see how they continue on side by side coming down the straight now. This is a big run here. This is Ogle in the XR5, the number 30.
And he's doing really well to hang on to the back of Jinwook Song here.
8th on the road at the moment, so got it tuned up. Jinwook Song, a little bit of a soaring at the wheel coming into turn 2 there, so hopefully no brake issues. That's a big test on the brakes there. The next big test is about 300 or 400 metres away as you come down into turn 4.
Now, Grant's had a pretty good run in the last couple of weeks as well. He had a really good solid hit out at Sandown last month as part of round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. He's continuing that form this weekend and just seems to have found a nice little rhythm. We're talking about, no, that's not a good rhythm for Jinwook Song with a very, very wild slide there off of turn number 4 of Miller Corner. But for Grant, he was just talking about sometimes when you feel like you're not putting all that much effort in and you're nice and smooth, it actually turns out to be fast. And sometimes when you feel like you're pushing it and you're running it right on the ragged edge, you feel like you've gotten a better time than the lap you did before. But in reality, you've actually made things worse and gone back. So he's taken a bit of a step back the last couple of rounds and just gone back to trying to be nice and smooth on the wheel. And it seems to be paying some dividends for him.
Certainly does. Danny Timewell in car number 11. Nice tribute there last weekend, car number 11 in Super 2 with Jack Perkins running the old Castrol livery, and Danny Timewell here doing very well in the double one. Out in front at the moment, holding on nicely, 2.38 seconds over Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. And there's a car that didn't come down the straight sounding so well last time around there. So the 74 of Paul Theologiou has come to a halt.
That's the Lakes Entrance Smash Repairs machine. That's well off the circuit. So there'll probably just be a localised yellow just so everybody can sight where that car happens to be. And they'll probably withdraw that yellow flag in a couple of moments' time. So no smoke, no other issues we're being told, so just maybe looks like there's been a little mechanical gremlin and he's just pulled off as far left as he possibly can.
Doing it for Prestige Hino here this season with the improved production cars. Of course, Traction Tyres and Yokohama always have been the supplier of tyres to this category. They do such a tremendous job. We're getting a good look at cars 3 and 4 on the road here at the moment. That Pro Cut car, that is Ian McLennan. And we go back to Matt Hogan, Rick Hogan, just off the background there. There's the Mac number 43, a number made famous by Alan Moffat all those years ago. So taking on a number with steeped history in Australian motorsport, really only eclipsed by the 05 and the 27, being Brock and Jones and Casey Stoner's World Championship numbers. But certainly Alan Moffat, a very, very famous protagonist of Australian motorsport.
Matt Logan was one of the drivers that was over at the Bend last weekend as well, along with Wayne Twist and a couple of others competing in a round of the South Australian Motorsport Championships. And that was an event dominated by the likes of Adam Poole, Andy Sarandis and Scott Cook, some of the fastest 3 cars in that group over there. Pretty much had it all to their own throughout the weekend. It was good to see some of the Victorians getting across the border. It's actually not that far from Melbourne to Adelaide when you think about it, from Melbourne to Tailem Bend. So it's just about the accommodation that's sort of all in the general area where that facility has been built. But it is a world-class facility. It's just there's some parts of the facility that need a little bit of addition, like the commentary box we've been told is one of the things that is a little bit lacking.
Certainly is. We'll be at Tailem Bend, of course, for the final round of the 2023 Shannon's Trophy Series in the middle of October. Massive program being planned over there at that magnificent facility. Looking now at the 106 of McLean, another Commodore under development, chasing down Clough there as well as they come around turn 12. The old Belinda's Terrace, flowing the RX-7 and the Commodore very, very nicely indeed. Fastest lap, of course, has gone to Danny Timewell on a 1:44.98. Gee, we're a long way off that the 39s that we were seeing at the end of last year, that's for sure. Grant Ogle's done his fastest ever lap here, as has McLean, and the cars we were looking at screen there with Clough and McLean there as well, Scotty Dearden as well.
It's good to see that there's a rear wing finally on the Scott McLean Commodore. There was one missing at the last round at Sandown. That was because the wing was a little bit too tall and he needed to get that rectified, so it fell within the IP regulations, and I can see it's now on there, which is great to see. And back to this battle we've been keeping an eye on for 8th and 9th. Timing said it was the other way around last time around, so Jin may have made a mistake and has arrested that position back from Grant over the course of the last lap or two. And there's only about a minute or so left on the clock, so probably about another 2 laps worth of running to go here in improved production, with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. They've been a fantastic sponsor this year and last year as well. And Danny Timewell's flying that Prestige Hino flag very, very proudly at the moment with a 5-second margin out in front. Now, importantly for Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, who's second in the standings on the track at the moment, he is first overall in the point standings for the Victorian State Race Series, and he has quite a healthy margin. It's around about 70 points, so he actually doesn't need to do anything too silly to walk away here with still a healthy margin at the end of the weekend. But he won't be doing anything silly. He'll be looking for race wins because that's what he's here for.
I like your sentiment there, Steve, but I don't think in reality Luke Gretsch-Gumbo comes to the track to run second.
No.
He's a guy that likes to get the checkered flag first, and in fact that's what I admire the most about Luke, is that he does everything to get those race wins. Yes, he's got a couple of championships, but it's all because he focuses on winning races, and he really does. He doesn't spare the horses along the way. A massively entertaining and skilled race car driver. I like watching Luke go about it. And not the least for doing it in a Senator of all things. The big old boat of the HSV range.
What's the terminology we like to say? He's a good steerer. That's exactly what we say about every driver that has that sort of adaptability. And we've seen him jump into Ian McLennan's Monaro a couple of times when they've done several events together up at Winton, for example, in an enduro. He's jumped in and he just adapts to the car. So last lap board going out this time around. Here is your race leader on the screen. He's got pretty much the half of the front straightaway as the margin. Almost 5 seconds last time around. It's going to be a little bit more than that, I would suggest. This time around, it's gone out to 6.5. So,
wow, this is probably the healthiest lead we've seen in improved production this season, Steve. This is a, even though it's only 6 seconds, this is a dominant performance by Danny Timewell with a pole position, and now 6.5 seconds out in front of Luke Gumbo, a championship winner. Sadly, no Damien Milano here this weekend. He's weighed into the championship. I dare say just after this race result, it'll weigh him out of the championship from this way forward. Spinner in the 54. Gorman goes round.
Yep, Stephen Gorman's had a moment there.
19th.
And he was next door to Wayne Decker too. Now Gorman's on the racing line here. Gretsch Cumbo, a bit of an awkward hesitation there. I reckon Danny Timewell might have had some mad flashbacks from Sydney Motorsport Park last year with that little moment happening there. We don't want that at all. Gorman gets going, thank goodness, before these guys arrive on the scene, with Matt Logan now moving himself up to third place ahead of Ian McLennan. So that's just happened in the last couple of corners because they crossed the line, McLennan third and Logan fourth, just about 45 seconds or so ago. So that's a changed position on this lap before they got to turn 4.
Here's our race leader, the number 11, time well spent emblazoned down the side of this car. I guess that's a subjective judgment on going at racing. I couldn't agree more with him, but certainly puts it out there for everyone to agree or disagree with. Danny Timewell has driven a magnificent weekend so far. Half of it's done. Pole position for race 1, and the checkered flag goes to Danny Timewell, and he takes the win for race 1 here this weekend for Prestige Hino and, of course, the Improved Production Racing Association. Second on the road, and 8.6 seconds down the road, remarkably a big gap there to Luke Gumbo. So he brings it home as well. We look to the top of the circuit now, and there is certainly a position change from last lap around.
Oh dear. We got Andrew Rhodes Anderson's come off the track. Was in 6th place, and that's up at turn 8. That's up the backside of the circuit. So something's gone wrong with the number 96 VN Commodore there. We'll have to get the flat toe out to bring him back into the pits after this one is over. So that means that Andrew Tick goes up to 6th place there. That'll elevate Jin Wook Song to 7th. Grant Ogle to 8th. Wayne Twist will be elevated to 9th, so that's where he started. And then 10th should go to Richard Opie.
So Logan beats home McLennan for this last stop on the podium there. So the Pro Cut Monaro goes back to P4. Rick Hogan finishes in P5. Tickner, Jin Wook Song in the Commodore 1-2-1. Great run there to 8th place, you've got to say, Steve, for Ogle in the XR5.
Fantastic.
The little Ford there. Wayne Twist, another great run. And Richard Opie, a great run as well to round out our 10.
Yeah, that's a good job there. First of the under 2 litre cars home is Peter McLean in the Subaru BRZ. He came home in 12th behind Richard Valentich. He was a couple of seconds behind Richard at the checkered flag. And then Paul Clough in the RX7. He's come home in 15th there. And Stuart Dearden as Andrew Rhodes Anderson's continued to fall down the timing screens here. A couple of the XLs home as well. Cameron McLeod home ahead of Peter Fleming in under 2s as well. Actually, they're classed as under 1600s. But in terms of overs and unders, they are classed as under 2. And the last car there across the line is the WRX of Stephen Theologiou. So there's confirmation of the top 10. The Danny Timewell, a comfortable win at the end of the day there, and his fastest lap to boot as well in race trim, a 144.98. It is some quite considerable distance off the lap record set last year from Adam Poole at a 139.85, I believe it was. Gretsch Cumbo home second. Good haul of points towards the State Series title for him. Good drive from Matt Logan at the end of the day to wrestle position number 3 away from Ian McLennan on the final lap from Rick Hogan and Andrew Tickner, who benefited from Andrew Rhodes-Anderson's unfortunate last lap DNF. Jin Wook Song, Grant Ogle, Wayne Twist and Richard Opie rounding out your top 10.
Up next on track here at the 888 Home Loans will be a combination field. The BMW E30s and the Hyundai Excels. And one of the most exciting moments of my weekend is to introduce a new commentator to the team for the next race on track. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Welcome back trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've already had a magnificent start to the day. The sun came out and is staying with us very hot in the sky. Formula V's, Formula Fords, improved productions opened us up. We're now doing a combined field of BMW E30s and the Hyundai Excels, which will lead us into the MG and invited British cars. A massive race for them. Really looking forward to MG and invited British cars out on track. The HQs will come alive at 2:35. Saloon Cars, fresh off the back of their nationals at 3 o'clock. They will have a whole lot of home ground chest beating and thumping to do as they head the Saloon Cars out at 3 o'clock. 3:25, historic touring cars. Everything you love from the past in touring car racing in Australia will be on track. The big bangers, the undeniable big bangers of Australian motorsport at 3:50 will be on track. Porsche 944s at 4:15. And we'll do it all again tomorrow as we see the E30 field making their way out onto track. Their main sponsor, the Garagistic outfit. And we go to how the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit lays out. There it is, turn one. One of the fastest corners in the country, big commitment, massive runoff areas in the modern iteration of the track. Southern Loop at turn 2, sweep around there and gas it up into Stoner Corner, massively down through the gearbox, hard on brakes into Miller Corner, loop around there, the run up to Siberia. Not this weekend, it's lovely down there, but come down here just about any time through the middle of the 6 months of the year and it's freezing. Around the back, around Hayshed, across Lukey Heights, down into turn 10, the next big brake application and passing position there. Accelerate, put the pedal to the metal and leave it down all the way down the long Gardner Straight. And there we have a lap of the magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, opened in 1956, and what a great job our forefathers did. 12 turns, 4.45 kilometres, and Tim Slade did it here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship round in the BT62 and did a tremendous job of it. There's the cars on track, and as I said, it's a combination field of E30s and Hyundai Excels. And I would like to take the great pleasure of introducing Lisa Totani to the call here today. Lisa, welcome to Phillip Island. You've been here before. Obviously, you've got a great history in behind the media and in behind the broadcast, but jumping on air and calling Excels with us today.
Thanks for having me, Darren. Yeah, I have been here to Phillip Island before, but it's amazing what the sun can do to ignite your passion even more for a place. And you weren't kidding, it's one of the best permanent circuits in the world, if not the best. And yeah, it's great to be here calling with you guys on Blendline today.
Great to have the Excels on track. There's a bit of a connection with yourself and family with Excels out of South Australia as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly is. Myself, I race, my brother races. We're both involved in the club in some sort of capacity, and it's great to see that you can go to any part of the country and see an Excel race.
Well, we're going to see about that in just a couple of moments. I'll be looking pretty closely on the BMW E30s, and you'll be keeping your eyes on the Excels throughout this one. And it's a big job for the guys down in the Blendline TV OB van as well to keep all the action well and truly in check throughout both categories. Royce Lyon will come down in P4. A guy's just driven a Porsche Cup car and did a tremendous job as well there as well. Ash Rogers right alongside. Jesse Bryan in the 38, always one of the fast guys in this category. Seth Boykarts has made his way in the 901 into the top 4. Brian Burke watched for car number 27 off row number 3. Simon Schiff back to Shannon Cooper. A fantastic return by Donovan Mollenhagen in the number 25. He's done 3 seasons of commentating and back in the car where he should be, and we're going to keep a close eye on the 25. The 62 of Michael Whitford, Rory Plant, Tristan Blomfelder, Martin Taylor, Jesse Keogh, Adam Trubowski and Paul Shipp. And in the Excels making their way around.
They certainly are making their way to the grid. We've got the championship leader at the moment, Cadell Ambrose, starting from the Excel pole, which will be grid position 21. Alongside him is Blake Tracy, and behind them there's Charlie Nash, also in championship contention, alongside James Lodge. Further back, we have Harry Tompkins in the battery stop, recognisable Excel, alongside Cisco Morales. And behind them, Larry Merrifield and Carly Fleming alongside each other, and George Elias, Stuart Brunkner, and Norman Lee rounds out the 11 cars we have for the XLs this weekend.
Gee, there's some good names starting to come along in the XLs there, and they all seem to be down the left hand or driver's right of the track. Cadell Ambrose, Charlie Nash, Harry Tompkins line astern with each other. James Lodge on the 139 on the other side of the track. So we'll see how those protagonists get together. Car 12, Keogh will be starting from pit lane. Jesse Keogh in pit lane in his BMW E30. The field is away. It's Ash Rogers that gets the first jump there. Jesse Bryant goes right with him, and they are going to stream down into turn one. Not the start that Royce Lyon wanted to get, and he did not want to see Jesse Bryant get down in front of him, and either did Ash Rogers. It looks like he's going to give it a go. The 38's got the inside running to turn two. Brian Burke sweeps around the outside there, gathers it all back up, and there's the 27 sitting in position 3 or 4 right round the outside of Royce Lyon. That's a tough spot. Brian, the veteran of BMW E30 racing.
And we're seeing the XLs make their start, and Cadell Ambrose got a great jump ahead of Tracy. They're moving to the driver's left as they make their way to the right-hander, the fast turn one. And we see Tracy seems to have got the jump there on Ambrose. Looking at the battery stop car of Tompkins running in 4th position there as they head around to turn 2.
Harry Tompkins, who started out off the 3rd row, has definitely got the best start. Great to see Cadell Ambrose. They've done a complete re-livery of that car. It was the demonic matte black and orange. Now it is the beautiful 194 corporate livery that they've got on that car, and he's got some fantastic support on board. Let's see where this young bloke's career can take him. Back at the front of the E30s now, streaming around the top of the hill. Jesse Bryant leading the way through here. Ash Rogers in the mix there. There is Lyon as well. So Royce Lyon wanting to get on with it. Brian Burke's made up a spot in the 27. Well, watch how Brian plays out the strategy. He's probably the master of strategy in this category. Plays it out, sets the car up for the run to the later part of the race. Often not the fastest car in the opening stanza of the race. It's really very good at using the incoming tyre pressures to make sure the car comes on well. Jesse Bryant just likes to lead races and ultimately greet the checkered flag first, and can drive really, really well. So he's done the fastest lap, obviously, coming off the 2nd row of the grid. Royce Lyon back to Seth Boycott, who started 4th and is now 5th. It's Burke that's taken that spot. Simon Schiff to Cooper. And here we go down into turn 2. It'll be the 50 of Ash Rogers that arrests the lead of this race back again. Royce now all over the back of Jesse Bryant, and looking to go for it here with the car 4. The 27 just in the background there. Then the 901 of Seth Boycott, Schiff, Shannon Cooper, Donovan Mollenhagen. Welcome back to the big time, Donovan. Back out on track in car number 25. Side by side, Brian gets back into the lead of the race at turn 4. Like I said, he likes to lead the race. He'll do everything he possibly can to get that job done. Into Siberia. Sweeping around the outside, Brian Burke just letting everyone know I can put my car here, there, everywhere, even out on the gravel, and continue on with it. And he's not going to let that slow him down either. He's probably lost about half a second. Here is what the E30s in the Garagistic Series. Turn 1 was the first of the lead changes. And turn 2 coming out there, back to the XLs.
As we see them make their way down to turn 4, 3 wide. We've got Ambrose there trying to make a pass to the lead. Tracy was the one who was caught out there in the 195. Now we see that side by side heading through. Is that Siberia? Turn 5.
Siberia.
I'm still learning my way around this track. It's a beautiful one at that. The top 6 or 7 there bunched up together. They're always getting the slipstream from each other.
Maybe if I said to you camera point 8, you'd know where it is there around the track, around where the different camera points are, that's for sure. As we come around the XLs across the top of Lukey Heights, great support coming from Corporate Australia for many of these cars. It's the Accelerate car of Cadell Ambrose that is leading this group. Fastest lap in the E30s now coming from Royce Lyon at 154.9. 9.05. They can certainly go faster than that, and we will, I dare say, see them go faster than that throughout this weekend. Perfect conditions for rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive racing. Ambrose leading the way.
He sure is, and he's got the car right behind him of Tracy, who's will look to try and make a move into turn one. That was great to see them nose to tail heading down there in the ocean in the background. Great camera shot we have there.
Interestingly enough, the Excels here this weekend, pretty compact sort of a field, but it's got all the main championship protagonists, and we're extremely lucky right now, Lisa, to have them all on the one shot, really, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. The top 4 or 5 are within a good 40, 50 points of each other, with Cadell Ambrose leading there, but it will come down to it. It's good to see Charlie Nash as well there. He's been a regular too this season.
Interestingly enough, we've got the Tickford Racing team owners here representing the next generation, with Nash in the XLs, and we look to Boy Karts in the E30s. So Tickford Racing family branching themselves out within the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, thanks to 888 Home Loans. Jesse Bryan now back in the lead in the number 38. Royce Lyon, who leads the championship and been the absolute sensation for E30s in the garagistic racing throughout this year. He's done a tremendous job, and only very recently drove Andy Hall's Cup car at Winton and has impressed everyone that saw those laps. So a young bloke we saw in XLs last season, jumped into the rear drive BMW E30s, found a little bit more pace, of course, in the 6-cylinder powered E30s, and now looking obviously to next career progression. Right round the outside now goes Burke, and it's the 901 of Seth Boykarts that's not letting that happen. And we go back to the 55 of Simon Schiff in the urban camouflage entry, and down through turn 3 we go. Big battle there. There goes Bryant leading to line, and Brian Burke up the inside now in the spearmint coloured Trans Rock entry. Boykarts gets the over and under done there, and Brian Burke just scratching his head going, wow, this kid's got it. I'm going to have to really, really work for this spot on the track at the moment. He's fighting out for position 4, 5 and 6 on the road. You get the feeling that Simon Schiff, who was well and truly used to getting into podium positions, will pounce if anything goes on in front of him here at the moment. Cars coming up to Lukey Heights. Burke in the number 27 is our leader, Jesse Bryan. Wow, Royce Lyon applying the absolute blowtorch. He wants the lead of this race back. And as I said, Jesse Bryan loves nothing more than to lead races. So this could be an absolute ripper. At the moment, Ash Rogers, you get the feeling just playing a bit of a tail gunner here, just watching what's going in front. They've gapped him, actually, so they've been battling it out, and they've actually opened up the gap from 0.26 to 0.46 over the last couple of laps. And in this lap, it's gone out to 0.49. So these front two, albeit that they're battling, they're certainly not slowing each other down. To get around through turn number 1. Out wide bounces the Royce Lyon car. Drives right round the outside, set himself up for a beautiful bit of pace into 2. We'll duck back to the inside here, and it's going to be all on through turn 3 and under brakes at 4 with 5.5 minutes left in this race. You get the feeling about another 5 laps or 4 laps in this one. Bryant covering off the corner. Look at that cunning race driver stunt there down into turn number 4. Just runs the car down the middle of the road, covers off any line, any attack for Royce Lyon. Excel's battle is raging as well on the front straight as well. Cars 3 wide as we just come up. There it is.
There we go. Cadell Ambrose back in front with James Lodge right behind him. Those two have been watching out the window, been swapping positions. Lodge trying to make a move on the outside in the previous lap, but Ambrose leading at the moment. So a bit of a slide there. Got to keep the power and the momentum on in these cars. As we see them make their way around Stoner's Corner, turn 3. Cadell's got a little bit of a gap there. The front two have gapped Tonkins a little bit, but no doubt any little mistake and he'll be right back on them.
Now, Lisa, you race these cars. Tell us what the guys are up to here. Is this a tyre management situation at the moment, or are we right at sort of 5 laps into the journey?
I think they'll be right. I think it's picking your spot and making it stick. Obviously, there's a bit of a mix between Federal and Dunlop tyres. I didn't get a chance to see who was running on which, but there is a preference, and there's been some feedback as Dunlop comes in as the tyre supplier for next year.
So the Dunlop is the same as what the Toyota 86s are running, isn't it? They're running the same spec tyre as those cars?
Essentially, yes. So there's going to be a bit of a partnership with Dunlop and a bit of a progression stage between the categories, so it'll be good.
Good to see the battles going on there. Right out in front now. Royce Line up the inside in car number 4. This is going to be a fantastic run at it. And we'll just see what pans out. Jesse Bryant's like, wow, I have to keep dealing with this kid each time in, time out. Royce goes right around the outside here, puts him if he can hang on. If Jesse doesn't drive him off the circuit, which he doesn't, he gives him the millimetre he needed. And up the inside now. Now Royce has got the dominant spot. And boy, oh boy, it looks like Ash Rogers is going to follow him through. Bryant goes out on the dirt. Ash Rogers now weighing in on it. He's kept the momentum going nicely. Gets the nose in front. Jesse Bryant has to concede that spot now because the 58 has gone through on him. The 50 has gone through on him. Royce Line now coming up to a back marker in one of the XLs there. So this is always going to weigh in on it. Jesse Bryant uses the traffic better, puts the nose in, out of control, locks it up, gathers it all back up again, falls off the track, gathers it all back up again, and there's one XL in car number 41 scratching his head going, what just happened to me with the leading BMWs going through?
Just wrong time, wrong place for that one. Got in the
would have been
middle
nice
of
to
it.
catch him in the straight or something, wouldn't it? But happened to be under brakes.
Here, the front-running XLs are catching the back runners of the BMW here. So we see James Lodge has made his move around Cadell Ambrose. Might have been helped with the BMW back marker.
This is something they're going to have to get used to, these drivers. He's coming across traffic. Have a look at this. Jesse Bryant looks to the inside there. That was a very game move there. The 50 certainly had the real estate, had his name on it. Ash Rogers just got out of it a bit there too. Jesse Bryant mowing a bit of lawn there for Lynn Fox out off the back of the ripple strip there. So it's Royce Line to Ash Rogers and Jesse Bryant in the E30s. Here we go back to the XLs.
Absolutely, that grass is looking very green. James Lodge blocking, just holding his position there a little bit ahead of Cadell Ambrose. We've got a minute and 20 seconds remaining out of the time 20-minute session. And as we see them make their way onto the front straight, and it'll just be power on. I haven't driven this track, but I've heard if you're game enough, you should be able to hold it flat going down to turn 1. So it'd be interesting to see what all the drivers say.
Geez, you reckon these front guys will be going flat almost all the way around, just hold it wide open and do what you can do. Out over the white line, trying to hug the wall here. It's not that windy a day out there at the moment that's going to give you a distinct advantage, but it is one of the strategy plays here at Phillip Island when the wind is blowing. It's certainly bustling the Dunlop flags and the Yokohama flags down there in the pits, but it's not super strong at the moment, but certainly looking for any advantage here with these guys.
We saw the battery stop car of Tompkins get a little sideways there coming out of the corner. These three running line to stern, neck to line to tail.
Doing a terrific job here too, running down into turn 3. It's all about learning racecraft, and we're going to see when you learn racecraft coming up next with the HQs, applying it with a blowtorch. And the XL racers are learning their way, doing a terrific job. And just in the distance there, you can just see Lodge still leading Ambrose. This is a great battle.
It is. That Tickford Auto Pro car of Nash really stands out with the red. What? We're watching the top of the screen. Oh, Nash caught it very well there. We've seen a few people lose it there, but great car control on the replay.
How was the BMW there watching on there? It was just going, whoa, you guys are into it. That was Jesse Keogh, who started out of pit lane, just got out of it and went, wow, the XLs are streaming on through. Completely different dynamic of car. There he is now, Nash again. Looks to the inside of Tracy.
He makes it stick there. Oh,
almost.
talk too soon. Nez has brought Tompkins back into it. Are we going to go for 3 wide around to the front straight?
Yeah, this is not going to work through 12. Once you get on the straight, boys, you can line it up 3 wide. But we just see the Auto Pro car of Nash go back a spot there. And there's our race leaders drawing alongside each other in the XLs. Ambrose coming together there.
That was very close. Oh, those 3 wide there going to turn 1. Who's going to come out best in this one? Tompkins, starting from the back of this little battle pack, has come out on top as we head down to turn 2. There's nothing in this.
HQ's lining up in the marshalling area. Next out on track, I just got the wink from the great man David Amor will be joining us up here, the national treasure in the commentary booth, the man himself. So just watch out, Lisa, if he gives you the wink. That's good. You're welcome to the fraternity if he gives you the wink. So leader on the final lap, and Nash just coming into a position, makes up 2 under brakes, slides it in, sends a pretty clear message, doesn't he?
He certainly does, but it's not over yet. It never is over until that checkered flag comes out. So we've got Nash leading this little battle pack of the XLs. We see the front 2 have skipped away as we make our way around the back of the track. And here we're looking at our 2 leaders, Ambrose and Lodge, going head to head. And further back here, that 3, 4, and 5. We just don't know how this is going to fall. Charlie Nash currently leading ahead of Tracy.
Oh, Nash loses it.
Nash on the grass.
Keeps into it though, gathers it all up. He's still into it, soaring away at the wheel, still into it. Get out of it, mate. On the brakes. There we go. Haul it up. Let's not go anywhere
Just
we don't want to be. Take a breath. The 155 essentially just throwing it all away there, but giving us a good bit of vision.
So very lucky to get away with that one. Missed all the carnage and the cars there going through.
This is our leader on the last lap, of course, coming across Lukey Heights. Royce Lyon has shaken the competition now. Ash Rogers in P2. Jesse Bryant's disappeared out the front, so we're doing a tremendous job out there. This is Royce Lyon in front of this race, and we've actually lost Jesse Bryant. There he is. He's just right out the back there, but gee, he's driven away nicely with it here at the moment. Last time round, it was 2.3 seconds. Our race leader, soon to become race winner, Royce Lyon, doing a tremendous job in the garagistic BMW E30s in 2023. It'll be Ash Rogers, and then Jesse Bryant gets himself another podium for the 2023 season. Brian Burke next to the line there with Seth Boycart's Simon Schiff. The next one's in as we look to the XLs.
The XL leaders here on screen, making their way past turn 4 into turn 5. Neck and neck here still between James Lodge and Cadell Ambrose, 2 of the heavy hitters of the State Championship Series. As they make their way around turn 6, James Lodge still leads. They've got a bit of a gap to the little battle pack for the remaining minor podium positions. It's been a really clean scrap between these 2, and it will no doubt continue throughout the weekend as they make their way up past Lukey Heights, trying not to lock up the brakes as they turn into the right-hander. James Lodge leaving enough room. Still ahead there of Cadell as they make their way around the final 2 corners onto the main straights. Lodge may have this unless Cadell can get a bit of a run as they catch up to some BMW backmarkers. It's been a really interesting race, very tidy race to see. And as the checkered flag is shown for the XLs, James Lodge will just hold it across the line of Cadell Ambrose. That was a great finish. And as we see, 3rd and 4th, Tompkins has just finished ahead of Tracy there.
Well, I tell you what, Lodge to Ambrose, how close do you like your racing at the line? 0.07. And then we go back down, just screens is changing over to go for 4th and 5th there. We'll update that. That was dropped off our screen again, so not seeing that.
Charlie Nash finished it up in 20th. Here's our replay.
Appear screen right and disappear screen left. Gather it all up, lose it all again. Around you go.
I think he kept his foot in it the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. He was absolutely not missing a beat, and I've called it wrong. It is going to be MG and invited British Cars on track next. There's our finishers in the BMW E30s. Royce Lyon to Ash Rogers, Jesse Bryant, Brian Burke, Seth Boycarts, Simon Schiff, Michael Whitford, Donovan Mollenhagen, a big welcome back in the 25. Paul Schiff and Rory Plant rounds out the Garagistic E30s for their first race for this weekend. And here is Tristan Blomfelder, Shannon Cooper, Martin Taylor rounding out the BMWs. And then in first place for the XLs was James Lodge and Cadell Ambrose. Lisa, thank you so much for your time here with the XLs. That was a pretty hectic race for everyone, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Very entertaining. Good to see the mix between the BMWs and the XLs as they make their way through the circuit.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We will have the MGs on track next, and I dare say Paul Vanel will be lending us his knowledge and commentary. Thank you, Lisa. We'll see more of you in the future, definitely.
Good fun. Thanks, Darren.
No problem. Welcome back trackside here. It is one after another after another. The hits just keep on coming. We've got a great field of absolute top MG and invited British cars here this weekend. Paul Vernell, great to have you back at the track. First time calling a race as a father. Congratulations on that front as well, mate. But what a great field of MGs.
Awesome field. And have you ever seen a better day at Phillip Island to go racing?
Yeah, there was. It was in 1989 at Island Magic. I won a trophy that day.
I was going to say, it had to be a race you were in.
It was a good day. Cars on track. Let's have a look at the grid as the MGs make their way around for their first race for the weekend. As I said, great field. When you've got over, I'm going to say when you've got over 15 MGs, and let's not mince the words here, mate. Some of these cars are quite old.
Now listen, don't get ahead of
25
yourself. 15, there's more than 15 now. There won't be by the end of the weekend once some oil leakages happen.
Let's have a look at the grid. Simon Elliott leading the way in the number 55, and some would say, how did he knock off Phil Chester in the number 72? Andrew Howe in the 90, back to Jason Holmes in car number 3 on the second row of the grid. So how did Simon Elliott knock off Phil for the pole?
Look, he just got out and got the job done, didn't he? He got out, he did about 4 laps, got the job done. Phil has got the bit between his teeth, so he's pretty keen to get back on top in this one.
I reckon so. Chris Gidney, Michael Trathen in the number 1. The Giant Slayer absolutely does a tremendous job. Trevor Lindsay, this guy did a massive job at Sandown earlier on in the 48 of Ollebrecht there as well. Then we go to Keith Ondaatje in the number 40, Team Triumph Racing. Jeff St John Cox to Alistair Ondaatje for Team Triumph Racing there as well. Vince Gucciardo makes his way back, and he is driving for Multipower in the F. Richard Milligan, Hendrix Wharton, then we have Jason Edwards. Michael Hurley in the 16. His son Sean is wrapped with that. They've done some work on that car, some updates, upgrades. John Makem to David Bajan, Greg White, Peter Rose in the number 20 there as well. Back down to Trevor Dunford, Shirley St John Cox, and James Dodd. Now that is not where we normally see car number 66 at the back of the field.
It's going to be a good one. Battle drag race to the turn one. Who's got more horsepower? And who's got better launch control?
Lights are on.
Well, I tell you what, this is mega, and away they go. Simon Elliott has a double dip at the clutch there and still gets away beautifully. Absolutely not one bit of wheel spin. Uses all of the rubber underneath the back of that car. Leads the car, and we've got a big shot in the middle of the field there.
That's Tony Vollebrett, Chris Gidney, and Alistair Ondarchi. Saw the Triumph splitting the two ZRs off the line there. I think it was Jeff St John Cox down the centre, and it looks like three have come together there. Alistair could be a bit of an innocent bystander.
So that's the number 45 we're just seeing there as well. The race is continuing here at the moment. We've got green flags waved there, so we're back at the front of the field here. We're watching
Chris Gidney and Tony are out of the car, looking all right, walking away for those that are wondering. Alistair Ondarchi continuing down to turn one very slowly.
So great to see the drivers out of the cars there after a start line incident like that. And those guys coming from midfield, so they'd be probably shifting into about fourth gear by the time they got there. So that wasn't a nice way to start the race, but we are seeing the midfield continuing on with it, blissfully unaware in that front 7 or 8 cars. Yes, we have got a safety car, so we are going to clean these cars up. And I can't physically remember the last time we had an MG and invited British cars race under safety car.
I'm glad you say it now, because before that I would have said you put the mockers on us today. But yeah, that's
well, we'll leave it for
shame.
another decade before we have another one. What do you think?
Please, please.
That's a shame. That's not something we see. This is normally pretty torrid racing, but certainly respectful when we go about it, and particularly when you look at the pace of the two cars off the front, which at the moment I'm not sure that Simon's seen that the safety car boards and flags are out. He'll be well aware now. Paul, I'm going to test your mind, but has this car grown an extra large rear wing on it since we last saw it? Or is it always
two things have happened. Simon's grown some bigger testicles, but also, yes, it's got a bigger rear wing because, look, he's started that car, started this year, and it was a big development piece for him. It was something all new. The car has a bit of a past life. It was raced originally by Peter Clark in Vic State Racing 20 years ago. And Peter Clark started rebuilding it. Simon bought it as a project, and to his credit, a lot of people have bought outright MG V8s. They're a short wheelbase, high horsepower car, so they're quite hard to drive. Simon has taken it really well. He hasn't put a foot wrong. Has not gone off the track since he started this year. And I mean, testament, qualifying on pole. Whenever you beat Phil Chester, who's multiple-time champion at state racing, you're doing pretty well. So I think, yes, bigger rear wing, but he's doing really well with that car. I think he's got some really good help around him, and they've got a level head about what they're doing. So, yeah.
Just want to pick where these cars actually started the race out. Alistair started out of 11th.
Yeah, Alistair, I mean, don't forget, rear-wheel drive compared to those little front-wheel drive hatchbacks. So probably got a better start, you would imagine. And we've got a replay, I think, coming up for those that have got blend line up.
Here it is off the start here, and there was a yellow flag waved from one of the grid marshals there, so someone didn't make it away initially, then got going, just cresting the top of the
Triumph
hill.
in the middle, yeah, three has not gone. Alistair, just an innocent bystander there. Unfortunate for him.
He wouldn't have known what was going on, would he?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a real shame. That's just a moment where three cars, maybe not enough racing room given. I think the Triumph got a really good start. That's a V8 Triumph, so it would have had some really good legs in, third gear there and pulled the horsepower compared to the two ZRs. So probably had a bit of a run, and yeah, the squeeze has happened, hasn't it? And it's not the first time we've seen that sort of thing happen here. So a real shame, because it does look like it's going to take a while to clean these two cars up. Not a lot happening on those, so that's a bit of a shame. This race might not have too many racing laps.
Yeah, certainly makes it look more dramatic because they've hit one of the, I think it's the 200-metre braking board as well there, so that makes it look a whole lot more dramatic. Looks like there's bits and pieces of car strewn all over the place, but it's not. It's a 200-metre braking marker, which, hey, we don't need that. 200 metres out, you should be
You don't need that in an MG.
You certainly don't need it in anything. 200 metres out, come on. Changing into top there, getting into it. Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Rotary.
We'll put that to one side for now on. I'm just watching the national treasure David Amor going, there's a 200-metre board, never seen it, never paid any attention to it. So there we have it, under safety car. A great start from Simon Elliott. He had one of the wiliest competitors in MG and invited British Racing right beside him, beat him off the line comprehensively. And Phil will watch this back and I'll get a nasty text message in the next day or so. But doing a terrific job. The other good bit is there that Andy Howe got away very nicely and Jason Holmes, and they were going with them. Watching for Trevor Lindsay. Trevor started out of 7th, had made his way into 6th, so that was a good start. He did a tremendous job at Sandown earlier this year. He won races, did a really good job, and I guess the car will certainly be suited to the fast and flowing aspects here of Phillip Island as well, but the difference between him and, I guess, the first two cars in this race is going to be a fair old horsepower advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, and even the guys in 3rd and 4th, Andrew Howe and Jason Holmes, both those cars, they handle quite well. Andrew Howe actually sporting quite a not insignificant rear wing this weekend as well. So those two handle well. So it is going to be hard for the old Triumph to get by those and get back onto the podium this weekend. But anything can happen, as we just saw.
Well, the other one coming through there is car number 40, Keith Ondaatje. He's coming through there as well and doing a good job. Everyone knows I always barrack for the number 40. It's a great race car.
The Stag.
The Stag, of course. And I've been watching Clarkson's farm too, so I'm all stagged up. Oh, yeah, that's not nice, is it?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate what's happened there. It does look like, there's a little bit of front-end damage on those, but the real susceptible bit of a ZR is the rear end, and the being a beam rear end, once you bend the beam, there's a bit of trouble. So fortunately, it doesn't look like that's happened. So hopefully both those cars can be repaired for tomorrow, and hopefully just largely cosmetic.
Now, let's face it, MGB is the I guess the poster car of the MG world. In the more modern cars, if you're going to crash any of these cars out there, it's probably those two down there there's going to be more parts available for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's not a lot of parts around for those two ZRs, but again, fortunately, it looks, superficial, front bumper, those kind of things are available. So, yeah, fingers crossed for them. I'm also going to say, I never think MGs look that. I mean, like Phil and Simon Elliott's cars look pretty good. Then you look at them behind the safety car at this weekend. I've never seen a car look like a Mini more than when you've got a F250 or something leading a BV8 round.
Yeah, well, you're leaving everything, you're dwarfing everything, aren't you?
Look at it, it's huge.
Dwarfing everything. And I guess they got to get what they get for the course car, but wow, or the safety car. They've got the big beast out there doing the job, haven't they? Just having a look back down through the field here, Paul, you're great mates with all of these guys. Just give us a description of the cars as they come around. Let's start with Simon Elliott's car. What's the power plant and drive line in that car?
Yeah, Simon built his own engine there. It's a 5-litre Rover V8. Many will know that these cars came with a 3.5-litre Rover V8, so quite a significant increase in capacity and horsepower. He actually runs a sequential gearbox out of a company in New Zealand. So it's quite a unique kind of, and the rear wing looks very similar to a Radical to me. So I'd say that's sort of where it's come from, but an awesome looking car. He restores Bentleys and Rolls Royces vintage cars by day, so you can imagine the preparation and the way he looks at those cars. So he's done really well. Phil Chester has got a very unique 5.6-litre Rover V8, a bit of a rare block built for motorsport competition, unique. Good horsepower, and he's got some good people around him. Holdens sequential, similar to supercars used to run. And basically an old Carrera Cup rear wing on that one for a bit of downforce. Being quite shallow rear hatch, they don't make a lot of rear downforce. Doesn't do a lot. It's probably a little bit more cosmetic, and the end plates do a little bit. Andrew Howell in third. That car actually got an interesting story. That car was built by MG in the UK to do endurance racing, including 24-hour races. Actually runs an engine that was from the British touring cars of the era, for anyone that watched British touring cars in the early 2000s. So it's got a Judd built 2-litre MG engine, 6-speed Hollinger sequential, similar to what the World Touring Cars used to use before TCR, and a lot of Motec goodies in those front three, so they're pretty significant. Andrew actually has launch control. He probably doesn't want me to tell people. I'm waiting to see it used. It didn't get off the line that well in that one. Jason Holmes in P4, that car, a turbocharged application, but a H pattern, so he's got more fundamental, H pattern gearbox. Fairly, while it's turbo, it's not making a huge amount of power. He's aiming reliability, and you can see he's not too far behind Andrew. Mike Trathen is number one, shows you the reliability of that car, but that's an MG midget, lots of lightweight stuff, not huge power, only sort of 1300 cc's, but not a lot of weight, only sort of 600 kilos. So power to weight is really good on that car. That's very much a traditional style British sports car.
And if we were commentators from the 60s, driven with absolute gay abandon.
Yeah.
Absolutely drives the wheels off. We're not. We're in 2023, so we'll shelve that judgment. But he does such a good job, doesn't he? He races
does.
the wheels off it.
And Mike, I got to say, Mike is one of the nicest blokes you'll meet as well. So great to have him there. I will also just call out, further down the field, someone who's normally on the other end of all motorsport, Mike Herlihy this weekend, P16 at the moment, normally well and truly involved in the officiating side of motorsport. It is great to see him out there. Kay here supporting him, son Sean on the spanners. Great to have them back on a racetrack and making progress. I mean, 16th, he's not putting himself to shame, is he? So great to have Mike back.
Fantastic to have Mike back. And just touching on that, he's won just a couple of years ago Motorsport Australia Service Awards, so you don't get them for nothing. You don't get them for standing around talking about it, and he is certainly, normally he'll be deep in, up to his waist in paperwork and making sure the race meeting goes very well. In fact, if you head out to historic Sandown later on this year, you'll see Michael out there absolutely working his fingers to the bone with our clerk of course here this weekend, a new clerk of course for this weekend, not a new clerk of course, but David Vernell at the wheel downstairs here this weekend, and looks like the safety car has should probably be thinking about coming in. The lights are still on, and we've got 2 minutes and 4 remaining. This could be, mate, this could be right up your alley. This could be like an MG Car Club type of lap dash.
Shootout,
with,
one lap shootout.
One lap left, yeah.
Let's do it.
Well, there's time remaining, 1:51. I don't think this this good old boys in the safety car are going to get around in under a lap 1:44 to go racing again. So I think we might see this one time out.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, real shame. We'll be back tomorrow without doubt. Just gonna mean Phil Chester's gonna have to sit on it overnight before he can have a real shave at it. So I'm sure he'll be going over his data tonight. But yeah, good chance. Hopefully we can get a couple of these cars fixed and keep the numbers up for tomorrow.
10:25 and 2:05 for the MG and invited British cars tomorrow. We're both fairly convinced that we're not going to get around and get another racing lap here. There's the car 40. I mentioned it before, the Stag of Keith Ondaatje, currently sitting in 8th place, a guy that's normally in a podium contention. Do we know what's happened with Keith to be down the field this weekend?
Yeah, just had a couple of problems in qualifying. He was hoping he'd resolve them, but we probably haven't seen enough of the race for him to know whether he was going to make his progress back into the top 5. But yeah, just a couple of small little oil leaks that just put him off. But yeah, he's no doubt, he's having a great ball. He was having fun. He said, yep, I'll get stuck into it in the race. So it'll be tomorrow now. Good call out also to David Bagent in P11, come all the way down from Sydney. So great to have David as part of the weekend. He's having a ball at Phillip Island, absolutely loving being here. And it's actually great weather to be driving around in a convertible British sports car that hasn't broken down yet.
Certainly is a great day for it. In fact, couldn't agree with you more. So if you've got the lid down and you're heading out for a drive and you're anywhere around the thereabouts in Victoria, head to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and come and see the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And I have just had confirmed in my ear that it's going to be a one-lap screamer. So we are going to get underway with a big promise there of a one-lap screamer. So safety car will be in, we'll send it. And I tell you what, the boys with the big slicks in P1 and 2 are going to want to make sure they've got all of the warmth that they need in them to head around and head off the charge from Howell and Holmes in 3 and 4, and even Michael Trathen coming through there as well in the number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Simon's probably not done a safety car restart and worked it out yet, so this could be an interesting challenge for him. Phil's got a few under his belt, so hopefully he stays right up close and gives him a run. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens the first few cars, even possibly Trevor Lindsay. You know, they could be all over this in one lap, and especially if some of them haven't kept their tyres up to temperature, that you'll see a big difference in there. But we'll see. Hopefully they compress, keep close as they come onto the front straight, and we'll see. Could be a bit of a horsepower run coming down the front straight. So this is going to be interesting. Simon Elliott, look at that awesome looking RV8, and we'll see when he goes. Looks like he's already gone. He has gone.
He has absolutely gone. And there's the green flag waving, so he can go. And they should have been held there for a second, but anyway, off he goes. And now Phil Chester goes out after him. He's put a big job in front of him for a one-lap screamer. Howell hanging in there. Gee, that thing sounds good. I love that thing.
And I've got to say, Keith Ondarchi in the Stag going up the inside into one, so makes another position up. Just to keep you happy, Daz.
Just keeping me happy, that's right. And of course, Jeremy Clarkson as well loves a Stag.
I see Mike Hurley also making a move into one, so good to see Mike on Trevor Dunford, so he'll be making his way up.
This is the positions 3, 4 and 5 on the road, and they are absolutely wringing the neck of it. Trathen there in the 1300cc. You count them all, you can count them in about a minute, and you'll be done. And here comes Trevor Lindsay in that Triumph GT as well, and the monster. Car number 40 tips it in. Gee, it's behaving well over this first half lap under pace, isn't it? Doing well.
Absolutely.
Look at these manoeuvres everywhere.
Yeah, good move by Henk on Jefferson John Cox down to turn 4. Henk having a great weekend in that B. Must be his grandkids that I saw cheering him on before. Must be giving him a bit of push, bit of love. See, Simon Elliott's absolutely romped away for this one.
Driving nicely out of the top there. V8 on the number plate there as well. So if you hadn't wondered with the ground thumping around you what it was that he was equipped with, flows it nicely onto the straight here. Has a look in the mirrors. I'm not sure what you'd see. Probably, as we've alluded to, a radical rear wing fills both side and rear vision mirrors.
He might be looking at the surf report.
Yeah, he might be. Yeah, looking at, well, that was easy. It was a one-lap doddle, and he got it done very, very well. So Simon Elliott takes the points on that one. And here comes Phil Chester, and we, well, I guess, Paul, you and I get to wait until tomorrow now before we can see what might be the actual performance under the bonnet of that one, and we'll be doing it at 10:25 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, look forward to it. Hopefully a couple more racing laps than one flyer.
Yeah.
There was a lot of preamble before we got to see a bit of racing.
It was. It was more preamble than it was racing, but certainly, again, like the improved production cars, these cars are absolutely turned out beautifully. They glisten in this sun, and this sun has been an absolute welcome addition to our lives for anyone living south of any border here in Australia at the moment, isn't it?
It's awesome. What a fantastic day. The track looks amazing. Well done to Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Track looks amazing. Mini Club have done a fantastic job. So thank you to everyone. And I do hear is it FIA officials weekend or month or
Volunteers
something?
week.
So big call out. All those volunteers trackside, big thank you for this weekend. Everyone that's doing everything from pit and paddock through to sitting on the track. Thank you from MG and Invited British Sports Cars.
There's the results on the screen. Elliott, Chester, Howell, Holmes, Trathen, Lindsay, Keith Ondarchi, John Cox, Hanks Waterbean, Milligan, Gucciardi. And we go down to Bajan, Edwards, and White, Michael Hurley, Dunford, Chris Gidney as well there. So let's hope tomorrow's racing is a lot cleaner and we don't get any damage. Paul Vernell, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you at 10:25 tomorrow.
Thanks, Daz. See you then.
Thank you. So MGs make their way off the track. We might take a quick break. We may not too, because the HQs are coming down pit lane. We will have a quick break and be back with HQs in just a moment. Welcome back trackside here for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships put on by VSRS, and we have got HQs on track, and it is my absolute pleasure as always to introduce the national treasure of the commentary booth, David Amor. David, welcome. HQs are on track, you're here, and we're about to get underway with some pretty good action we've seen right throughout this season. This is your first time jumping on, isn't it?
Yep, it certainly is. Welcome, race friends. I will get angry. I will get right up in your face when I start talking about HQs and motor racing and all the rest. Something I've been doing for 32 years and absolutely love it. But we've got to have a bit of a look here. There's been a bit of a shuffle through to qualifying. Rod Rogers was underweight and it's gone rear of field. What that's done is the Wise Motorsport entry, driven by Ryan Woods this weekend, that's put him onto pole. So that's brought everyone up. Gavin Ross into second, the 38 car. That's the GMG automotive car, which is part of the sponsorship deal for HQRA this weekend, the same as B&B Blasters there in Dandenong. Also try them, but we're proudly supported for the last 3 years by Tyre Power Australia. So thank you very, very much for doing that. We really appreciate that. But this has got to be a ding-dong battle. We're in the 202s, 203s, mate, which 5 years ago we were lucky to get to a 204. So we've got the unleaded 98. We've got a 3-speed gearbox on the floor now. Got the 202 Holdens with the Strongberg carby, 355 diff ratio. So Darren, if we do a estimation of it, doing a 202 down here, we're pulling 6,100 revs and we're doing around about 189, 190 Ks. So hang on to your helmets, ladies and gentlemen. The HQ Holdens about ready to blast their way.
They come down, Ryan Woods looking great there. Gavin Ross knows his way around pretty much every race circuit in this country, particularly here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Back to Steve Banks, who won a race here last year. Robert Patterson is next. Andrew Lordsley, Glenn McDonald, Perry Beckers, Graham Francis to Andrew Lawton, Mick Magilton down there in position number 11, John Mahoney, Brandon Richards, Tracy Molden, Rebecca Burhaven, and right down the back, keep your eye on the red car with the yellow wheels, Rocket Rod Rogers. But who is going to catch Ryan Woods? No one off the line there. He leaves Gavin Ross just about standing. Gets a ripping start there. Here comes Rogers. Molden stays in behind. They've got him in a bank. They've banked it up. There is no way Rogers is going to get through that. They've just lined up 4 wide in front of him into turn 1.
Yep, she's at least 4 wide, if not 5 wide. Have a look at that. Rocket Rod's a flying Dutchman, the 33 guy, rear of field. But fantastic, a really, really good field of HQ Holdens. We've got the number 36 car is driven by a lady, and it's her first race meeting. So absolutely fantastic there to see the 36 car there. But Ryan Woods got a real good start. Gavin Ross, Banks, Patterson, McGallity, Glenn McDonald, and Freddie Rose.
Streaming down now underneath turn 3. There's a good lead now for Ryan Woods. Got away so smartly. That was great clutch take up, and he did not look back. A bit of a move there, spin. Oh, hangs onto it in the 23. It's Patterson, the Reslar entry. A great green, lime green colour with the GDS stripes over the top. Gathers it all up. Doesn't lose a spot, but I tell you what, round the outside he goes, the number 33, Rocket Rod Rogers. If you don't see him coming, look at his wheels. A glow in the dark on that particular HQ. Looks to the inside now. Gets another couple, ticks off Magilton by the looks of things as they come around through to Haysheds.
Certainly is up over the top. You can see him up over there, down into MG. Ryan Woods has got a real good start. Gavin Ross in behind him, his teammate Steve Banks. Then we've got, locking up a wheel there. That's, Glenn McDonald, I reckon. And the 87 car there. So, 55? Done extremely well. So that's good as they all come shooting through onto the front straight, Phillip Island. Now, these are timed laps now. There's no longer any more lapping down with time races. So here we go, Ryan Woods, Wise Motorsport. Have a look at the 27 car. It's on fire. I was doing 202.7s yesterday. qualified a little bit slower today, but it got an absolutely ding-dong battle. Now we're just trying to have a bit of a look here to see the gap between first and second, 1.1. Second and third is 1.7 as they all stream through. Yes, it was the 87 car there at Glenn McDonald. Sorry, timing didn't pick that up for us. Becker's, the Gallaty, Francis, Patterson. He's gone back from 4th to 8th, as you saw. He had a bit of an issues there down in Honda. Rocket Rod, the 33 cars up in the 9th position on lap 1.
Andrew Lordsley doing a great job there as well with the 23 right in behind of Patterson. So that seems to be where the action is in this field at the moment. There's Gavin Ross, the mechanic from Box Hill, down on Lexington Road there. Does a great job if you're looking to get your car serviced down there in Box Hill. Going to see Gavin and his crew. There's Rajas in the 33, made his way up to position number 8 now from rear of the grid. If there was any doubt, he's just letting everyone know, ever so gently, just easing his way through the field here.
Yeah, but he's certainly gone through the old Warry Fox, the 85 car there at Graham Francis. He's been with that car for some 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. Used to race on the Thunderdome against me and with me way back in the heyday in the early 90s, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But have a look at Ryan Woods. That car is really handling. It's looking good. Yeah, Wisey, there you go, mate. That's what it looks like on the racetrack. You can actually physically see it. Beautifully presented car, and Ryan Woods and the mechanics there at HSD, Eddie Woods has certainly done some work, some dyno work to it as well, and certainly brought that thing to life.
Looking down through the pack here now, number 7 there, which is Molden, Tracy Molden, Mick Magilton in front, Lawton just getting easing way through there as well. The 23 of Patterson is the next one to come under fire from Rod Rajas. Let's see if water's found its level or not this time around. Patterson draws alongside now. Underneath the Melbourne Australia bridge they go. 3 wide. Rajas looks to get 2 in one fell swoop, and he's going to. Down on the 23 and the 26 he goes. As easy as that. Lordsley and Patterson dealt with as the 33 just comes storming on through. Rod Rajas, those two guys just wondering, looking out the front window now going, gee, it was only 600 metres ago, we were looking at him in the back window.
Certainly was, absolutely fantastic.
Back window, side window, front window.
Like we said, turn 1 in HQ Holden, ladies and gentlemen, is flat out 191 kilometres an hour, and we've already got to a 203.6. 203.6 on the flying lap on lap 2. Lap 4, lap 5, he'll even go faster as the tyres warm up, the Kenda tyres, the Pettis suspension. Fantastic setup. Been racing HQ Holdens for 33 years now, ladies and gentlemen. And at the height of the HQ Holdens, there was 683 of them racing throughout Australia. That also included Tasmania. So absolutely fantastic.
They're rivaling the XLs is going to start rivaling them for numbers on the ground, aren't they?
Yeah, the XLs certainly have, and they're doing extremely well, doing their own series. Have been out there. They've had a fair few changes in the last 3 or 4 years, and you don't want that for race car drivers. It costs money every time you change something.
Not in a one-make series, that's for sure. Here's the Ready Roast driver, the 87, Glenn McDonald. He's now got the main protagonist, Rod Rajas, in his mirrors. Back behind them, it's Perry Beckers, another veteran of the category. Andrew Lordsley just trying to hang on to the back of the 89 of Perry Beckers now. But have a look at this. Now, Glenn McDonald is not going to be an easy pass now for Rod Rajas, but he's made up 4 spots on this lap alone, David Amor. 4 spots, count them, on one hand.
Certainly can, mate. Lucky I got 4 fingers, isn't it? I certainly did. Absolutely fantastic. Here comes Rocket Rod down the outside of the Ruddy Roast car, the 87 car. He'll go into turn 1. Glenn McDonald can't do anything other than smile and wave as he goes through turn 1.
Was that a wave, was it?
Yes,
I thought he was honouring two coldies. Was that two coldies he was doing?
It's a full hand, mate, a full wave and a smile as you go through down into turn 1, trying to get, now we can see that. Have a look at this Rocket Rod. What was his last lap? Rocket Rod, just having a look there.
204.9.
204.9, but he passed 4 cars.
He has done, on the previous lap at 203.9, so he's thereabouts with the fastest car on track at the moment, Ryan Woods, who's not having any troubles leading this race, 3.9 second lead. There's Rogers charging through the field. The Knox panel service car with its bright yellow wheels. Let's have a look at this here, just outside the 10 now. This is your 85 of it. Graham Francis, Benjamin Richards, Andrew Lawton, Mick Magilton. There's the Magilton car. Sandwiched in this bunch. White with the GTS stripes. Blue GTS stripes over the car.
Yeah, Ben Ritchie's as well there in the 53 car that went wide there through turn 4. Absolutely. He's from Colac. He's got an automotive business. Funny about that with HQs. Most of us have got an automotive or a panel shop, and there's a reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we can afford. Over the top. Have a look at this. Oh, Banks right on the back of Ross down into MG. Oh, second and third's not finished. And as we go all the way through, what's on the camera there with Ben Ritchie's, Mick Magilton there. Good to see. He's had 2 shoulder replacements, Darren, you know what they are, Darren. I can see them above your head.
I've been shouldering the weight of the world for a long time, mate. I don't know what the shoulders are.
Yep, and Mick Magilton there in the 75 car. His son Andrew in the 14 car's not here this weekend. Wishing he was, I can tell you, because there are some quick times. Have a look at Rocket Rod. We've got Banks pushing Ross. We've got Mick Magilton on the screen. We've got Ben Ritchie's there coming onto the front straight. Oh, there we go. As I say, right on T, Blendline TV. Thank you very, very much, bringing motorsport to everyone around the world.
Do a tremendous job, don't they? Great combination between the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the VSRS, and Blendline TV. Great pictures like this out of turn number 3 with Gavin Ross and Steve Banks, who won a race here last year, doing a strong job learning off the guy in front of him that I think they would spend a fair bit of time, because I'm pretty sure that the 76 spends a bit of time down in Box Hill.
Oh, you certainly do, matey. They're not just roommates, they're also teammates,
Yes.
you might as well say. Certainly spending a lot of time down
I think we're about to see
there.
how much of a teammate they are here. This might get a little bit ugly.
Yeah, oh, well, mate. Door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper. That's HQ Racing. That's what it's all about, mate. Jump out of the car, shake his hand. Wow, did you see what I done?
I've got to say, over the years they've cleaned it up a lot. They're not tearing the bumpers and the bonnets off them like they used to. They're absolutely giving each other respectful racing loom. It's only a millimetre. You only have to leave a millimetre.
Yep, that's right. Just the thickness of some polish, you could say, on some of the cars.
That's right.
But have a look at Woods.
We look at them now in the sunshine. They are well polished. They are absolutely glowing.
Yep, they certainly are. The Kenda tyres with the white writing on them really make them stand out like a NASCAR. And we're very, very privileged. We've had 8 years of Kenda doing a fantastic job there. They're brought in by Highway Tyres in Dandenong. There was a deal done there 8-9 years ago. So 235 60 14, yes, you can still get them. It's a certain size and they hang on well. So
tremendous have tyre power. Also a very long and enduring relationship with the HQ's racing. Plenty of opportunities to go racing with HQs around Australia still these days, side by side. Plunging down into turn number 1. This is the 38 and the 76. Ross and Banks sharing a shed during the week, sharing a piece of real estate on the weekend.
Yep,
have a look at the real estate. The Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Beautiful looking track. When you can see it by the TV, ladies and gentlemen, how well presented it is with all the lines, all the greenery and things like that. Oh, here we go, Ryan Woods. There he is. He's out the front, the 27 car, the Wise Motorsport car. Good to see John Wise and Gay here.
Banks gets P2 on the road. Ross swings back, tries to give him the old switcheroo. It's going to work out like that. The veteran of HQs and Saloon Cars, Gavin Ross, just lets Banks through and says, yeah, you want it, mate? I'll tell you what, I'll show you how you can do it as well, and I'll snatch the lead and get a car length on you in the process.
Certainly is. You go in hot, and then all of a sudden you're off the trot. So you're back in from second, back into third as they come up over the top. As you can see there, through past what we would call the old hay shed, Darren.
That's exactly right. Have a look at this thing. The the red with the yellow wheels of Rod Rajas. He's gone through a McDonald in the Ready Rose car, and now he's heading out after a podium finish after starting out a 16th spot on the grid.
Certainly is. 2 laps to go by the looks of it. We've got a minute 50 left, or minute 40 now. So we're coming to Ryan Woods coming onto the front straight shortly. Then we've got second and third, bit of a gap there. Then we've got Rocket Rod. Then another one, 3 or 4 cars with Graham Francis. Here we go, Lawton here, B&B Blasters, one of the sponsors for this round, same as GMG Automotive, as you always said, at Box Hill, for Gavin Ross and the boys.
Sweeping around the top part of the circuit now. Turn 12. The 35 and the 85, giving us a good look at it. Graham Francis and Adam Lawton, the blasting outfit. And they're looking at the back of Mick Magilton's Magilton electrical car as we sweep back down into P5, 6, 7 on the road. McDonald, Beckers, Lordsley.
Yeah, Andrew Legality's doing a fantastic job there in the 26 car. He qualified in 6th position, which brought him up 1 position because of Rocket Rod's little incident, you could say, with the weighbridge. But mate, you're still going to be out there and you've got to still have a go, and 6th position for him is fantastic with a 2:05. That's pretty quick. 2 laps to go, we've just been told, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yep, so they're on this lap, and then they'll get a last lap board when they come around.
Yep, they're using the last lap board, are they?
They are, yep.
Yep, that's good to see. Yep. Just helps it, because let's face it, mate, they only are race car drivers.
Mate, I tell you what, every lap I ever did, I'd have someone with a board counting down how many laps there was to go. Could never keep count, even in a 3-lap race, I lost count.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. All right, the engines in these cars are the 6-cylinder Holden 202. They were made in 1971 to 74, which is called the Red Motor Holden. Standard carby, exhausts are free. 60,000, you can go out onto the engine block itself with the pistons.
What's the best dwell setting?
They're all different, mate. 15,000,
okay.
Darren,
yeah.
or for you, 0.038 on your little digital meter there.
Have a look at that, kids. Look up dwell.
Yeah, well, that'll be interesting. Actually, look up what a set of points are.
Yeah,
all right, and it's not what you think they are
it's
either.
It's one of those pictures you say on Facebook that people say, does anyone know what this is?
Yeah, that's right. Back in the day, I used to sell plenty of them. But absolutely fantastic. We put bigger valves in the cylinder head. We've got a compression ratio that we have to abide by. 45cc is minimum. We try and run 44, 43 because it's always better, a bit more comp. Just means, a bit more sort of go, you could say, in them. But we've really got to the stage now where our head gaskets are lasting, the engines are lasting, they're doing a lot better. So, ladies and gentlemen, for a 6-cylinder Holden that was made back then for 98 unleaded fuel, doing extremely well. And most importantly, we've still got this stock standard carby on them.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You're going to restrict anything you do down that single-barrel Stromberg, that's for sure. Have a look at this. This is a great battle. This is just outside the top 5. In fact, this is for 6th on the road. McDonald, Patterson, Lordsley doing it very, very tough for the mid-pack here at the moment. Have a look at it.
Yeah, that's Glenn McDonald, and on the outside is Perry Beckers. That car's brand new. It's only done, I think this is his 3rd race meeting. I say brand new, I mean, it's been rebuilt, reshelled, replaced, repainted, and rebuilt again.
Young, but brand new.
Yeah, brand new, young. Just like Captain Cook's original axe, 27 handles and 3 heads.
That's exactly right. Yep.
So it's still happening. But do I see Rocket Rod all of a sudden starting to get fairly... Well, have a look at this. Up over the top at Lukey Heights. Have a look at this. Rocket Rod, he's only 4 car lengths behind. We've got Ross and also that. And we've also got some fantastic footage from Glenline.
23, Patterson getting all out of shape there as well. As we are charging around with our race leader to the flag there. There he is, number 27, Ryan Woods, leading the way around onto the straight.
But have a look at this, coming onto the front straight, Darren. I'm getting excited. Have a look at this. Rocket Rod, can he do something? Can he come from 3rd, right up the front there? Oh, no, he's just dropped the wheel. Oh, this is Banks and Ross. Oh, but Rocket Rod, look at that, half a car length over the start finish line. Woo-hoo. How close is that, Darren? You can read the numbers, I can't see them.
So it's 8 seconds from Woods to Banks. Then it's Banks to Ross, 0.07, and 0.02 between Ross and Rajas. Get up and about. D. Amor, the national treasure. That's it. You're not allowed to go anymore, okay? You've had your big high.
That's absolutely fantastic. You saw it, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 0.4 of a second for second, third and fourth, and that's the HQ Holdens for Tyre Power. That's just today. We've got 2 more races tomorrow, Darren. So I better wind the windows down for tomorrow. There's plenty of ego up here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure that we can certainly fill your radios and your ears with everything we want to tell you. But thank you very much. Beautiful day. I understand it's even got to be better than this tomorrow, and I just had to make sure I was at Phillip Island. So thanks, guys. It's brilliant. For the guys downstairs, and they're finishing. Here we go. Ryan Wood, Steve Banks, Gavin Ross, Rocket Rod, Glenn McDonald rounding out the top 5. We've got Robert Patterson, well done, Andrew the Gallaty, Perry Beckers, Mick Magilton's moved up, and also the old veteran, 85, Graham Francis. We go through that to Andrew Lawton and 35 car, Ben Ritchie's. We've got John Mahoney there in a beautiful looking 81 car. They've also got Rebecca doing extremely well, and Tracy Molden has failed not to finish again. So they drove 5 hours to go pick up an engine, put it back in the car this morning, and it looks like it might have problems. Thanks, guys.
Fantastic, David. Of course, HQ's on tomorrow morning at 10:45, and then their final race for the day will be at 2:30. So nice early finish for you, Dave Amor, tomorrow, and I'm sure you'll clock off and head down for some fried chicken and head back to Gippsland tomorrow. We've got heaps still to come on the program. Up next is the Saloon Cars, historic touring cars, sports sedans, and Porsche 944s to round out the day. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll have Callum Brannigan and Dan McCarthy for Saloon Cars in just a moment.
Saloon Cars on the outgrid, ready to go. We are just moments away from the 5th round of Saloon Cars getting underway. We had the Nationals last time. They're with us on the Vic State program, and so many South Australians joining us again this weekend. It's almost South Australia versus Victoria State of Origin stuff once again this weekend, and it's the South Aussie that'll come out of first position. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this one, Callum Brannigan. Should be a cracking race, big field of cars.
Big field indeed. Good afternoon, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody looking around the circuit and joining us online via the YouTube channel and the Facebook page as well. On your screen, you can see some volunteer officials. This weekend is the FIA Volunteer Officials Weekend, where we take time to thank the 9,000 officials and volunteers that are registered with Motorsport Australia and other affiliated clubs in motorsport. Without these people, we don't have motorsport, unfortunately, so it's a big thanks to all the volunteer officials who are doing it out there, rain, hail or shine. They'll be absolutely relishing this weather this weekend, and you can see there's a good example of, I believe that is where they write notes during a race. They'll factually write down events as they happen,
yes.
And it's the old-fashioned form of giving that note over to the course car as it comes through, and it's hand-delivered to race control to make judgments on things or occurrences based on weekend happenings, if that makes sense. So Dan, very excited for Saloon Cars Race 1, a big field of 22 cars, I believe, making their way out onto the circuit. And the time-honoured Ford v Holden battle rages on and lives on. And we've got an extremely tight battle for the championship at the top as well, don't we, Dan?
It is, yes, indeed, extremely tight at the top. Holden v Ford, Adam Lowndes in a Holden leads championship by just 3 points coming into this round. And then Daniel Johnson in a Ford just behind. 100 points up for grabs this round and 3 points between them coming into it. So it's very much all to play for. So we see them weaving as they head down towards turn number 1, trying to get as much tyre temp in as they can before the race commences.
What sort of tyres are they running on, Dan? What's the mandated tyre specification for Saloon Cars?
So they've got grooved rubber, so yeah, or semi-slick, I should say. So yeah, not a proper slick, and not what you use on the road, but one of those semi-slick type tyres. So it's all, everyone's got to say, oh, is that a lock-up further back? And that's not the first one I've seen either.
There's been a few brake lock-ups on this warm-up lap, and we think we noticed, it might have been Kevin Stoopman who was actually off the track just for a brief moment there, trying to get the tyres up to temperature. And it looks like we're losing Nash Harris.
Yes, it is Nash Harris.
Peeled off at turn 4, so he's going to make his way into the pit paddock before the race even gets underway. So that's unfortunate there for the big Nash entry. So starting grid, we've got Sean Jamieson starting on pole position in the number 15 entry alongside Travis Lindorff. Daniel Johnson, the Victorian Saloon Cars Club president, starting at a P3. Jacob Prestipino, a crowd favourite, starting at a P4.
Certainly is a crowd favourite. Karen Pridmore will come out of 5 alongside the championship leader Adam Lowndes in 6th. Kevin Stoopman, former series leader, disastrous round at Sandown. He slipped out of the top 2 in the championship. He'll start alongside youngster Blake Harris in 8th.
P9, we've got Jackson Griffith starting in his AU Falcon. Luke O'Callaghan down from the Alpine region of Victoria, starting out of position 10 in the 63. Commodore Scott Dornan, number 23, starting out of P11. And Andrew McSwain in the drive events Ford Falcon AU.
And we've got Andrew McLeod, and then a rookie, familiar to Excel competitors, but Adam Bywater, a rookie in Saloon Cars this weekend, just ahead of, well, it would have been Nash Harris, but he's come into the lane, so there'll be a vacant slot there alongside Peter Tonks.
Peter Tonks in that tribute livery, Commodore. And further back, we've got James Jatschke starting at a position 18th alongside Robert Knight and Justin Shembry. Matthew Jagar rounding out, or he's starting in 21st position out of this field of 22 cars. But look at those weather conditions. Beautiful conditions for motorsport this afternoon, and always love a Saloon Cars race around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. But who's it going to be off the line, Dan? We've got Jamieson v Lindorff, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's South Australia versus Victoria from the front row.
Certainly is, and 2 former Victorian State champions. Jamieson, the reigning champion, and Lindorff won it back in 2019. If you count the 3 rounds of 2021, he won that one as well. So I suppose you'd say the 2 most recent champions in the series. We are looking set. We're looking green flag at the back. We are just moments away. Prestipino already got the lights on the second row of the grid alongside Daniel Johnson, and they are underway. Good initial launch by Lindorff in the blue machine. He's going to try and pull across in front of Jamieson before they get down to turn number 1, and I think he might achieve that. He will. So he will lead down into turn number 1. Johnson up the inside of Lowndes. So brilliant start from Lowndes, the two title protagonists side by side. Lowndes has come from 6th all the way up to 3rd position. And Johnson's going to try and hold it around the outside though. They're good mates these two, but there's a bit of touching side by side, door handle to door handle. And it's Lowndes that just about holds on. Great exit from Prestipino. He now draws alongside the yellow 35 machine. As they head around Stoner Corner, Johnson will have the inside for the next one, down into Miller Turn. But Prestipino, last of the late breakers, trying to go around the outside. Johnson trying to squeeze him out of room and does so. Prestipino slots back in behind for now, but Prestipino loves this place. In fact, he's sent it up the inside. He has made the move on Johnson. Good pass up to 4th position. It was touch and go whether that car was going to get out there for this race. They were really working hard on that Prestipino machine in the engine bay. I left them to it. They were really hard at work. They weren't sure they were going to be out there. They're not just out there. Prestipino's making places on lap number 1.
This is a great battle between, I believe, Dornan and Stootman. So Stootman in that beautifully presented tyre power. AU Falcon up the inside. Jamison with Lindorf around the outside, but we'll have the inside line as it comes around turn 11. Short shoot to turn 12 now. Is that something going wrong with Jamison? He's off. There was a bit of not oil, but smoke coming out from underneath the Sedan Hotel Commodore, and it speared him out to the right-hand side, and he's actually going to stop the car. So the number 15 Sedan Hotel Commodore stuck between turns 11 and 12.
What a disaster. And they lost a car yesterday as well. Brad Vaughan, who won the Nationals event at Sandown just a month ago, he went out with an engine failure yesterday. So hopefully it's not another engine failure, because they're already down one car. That might be both of them out before the weekend's really begun.
Have a go at Prestipino though. He's up into position 2, so he puts Lowndes back into P3 as they're still circulating out there. And it's also with thanks to Excalibur screw bolts for their support of the Saloon Cars this weekend. It's fantastic to have corporate partners on board getting behind grassroots motorsport at its very best right here at the Victorian State Race Series.
Lowndes, I'm not sure if he's defending. I think he's more defending than having a look at Prestipino. So 2 title rivals, still nose tail on the racetrack. It's quite remarkable. These two have not been you've not been able to separate them all season long, and that remains the case in this one. Good start from Dornan. Came from outside the top 10, and he's up to 6th position. A bit of dust kicked up further forwards, and that's because these two are side by side again. Lowndes on the outside at the hay shed, just trying to hold on, and now will be Lowndes on the outside for Lukey Heights, and then down into MG, and Pridmore's right in there as well. He could very well pick up the pieces in this battle, and he's having a bit of a look at Lowndes. Can't get through on this occasion. Johnson's looking in front and behind. Lowndes is looking in front and behind. There's action all over at the moment, but with that the issue for the reigning champion, it's let Lindorf off the hook. Lindorf has a 1 second lead over this fighting group for 2, 3, 4 and 5.
So we'll confirm the order as they come over the start-finish stripe. So Lindorf from Prestipino, from Johnson, from Lowndes, Pridmore featuring in the top 5 battle for the lead, and Dornan as well just tagging on the rear here. Side by side, Lowndes the long way around, and he's actually going to be served ever so slightly wide, but he gathers his thoughts and gathers the Commodore back up under brakes as they come through this sweeping left-hander at turn 2, the Southern Loop, a wonderful part of the circuit, especially under the brilliant sunshine here. What a fine spring day here. Where would you rather be, Dan? Absolutely sensational.
Nowhere than here today. Hairs on the back of my neck stood in as I arrived at the track. It's glorious under sunlight, this circuit. Dornan having a look at Lowndes, couldn't quite make it stick. Pridmore kicking the back end out as well. They're certainly giving it their all early on in this race, that's for certain. Dornan, although we have lost Jamison, the big South Australian runner from pole position, it's Dornan now who's flying the South Aussie flag, and he is just behind Lowndes inside the top 6. Great racing, which is what we've come to expect in Saloon Cars. But at the moment, if you're a Blue Oval fan, Daniel Johnson is the only one inside the top 6 in 3rd position at the moment.
Very much looking forward to this one ticking down and unfolding this afternoon. So we've just got under 9 minutes remaining in this race. And of course, as Dan mentioned, we had the Saloon Cars Nationals at the last round at Sandown just a few weekends ago. And that last race of the weekend was absolutely brilliant. It had everyone on the edge of their seats. A little bit longer than we're normally used to seeing. And Prestipino certainly put on the entertainment for everybody watching on. So you can see Lindorf coming across the line there to commence yet another lap. It's 1.4 seconds between himself and Prestipino. Club President Daniel Johnson flying the flag for the Blue Oval, currently in position 3. Pridmore 4th, Lowndes in 5th position, Dornan in 6th. Kevin Stootman in position 7 with Andrew McSwain in P8, Griffith in 9th, and McLeod rounding at the top 10 now. Look, this is O'Callaghan just ahead of McLeod. Looks like he's taking that position away down the main straight as well. And just behind there is Adam Bywater on debut this weekend in the Saloon Cars. So we're normally used to seeing him. You can see on screen there in the number 2 Tyre Power AU Falcon. He's normally behind the wheel of a Hyundai Excel. A little eggshell is normally what we're used to seeing him racing in, and he's decided to step behind the wheel of a genuine bona fide AU Falcon. I'd love to see him racing in Saloon Cars. Luke Callahan in the foreground in that number 63 blue VY Commodore, doing a very handy job, and he's currently holding down position 10. So this is a great little battle that rages on, Dan.
Certainly is. It's good to see Bywater getting in the thick of the action straight away, just outside of the top 10 at this point in time, but all over the tail of the 82 machine of McLeod. So yeah, good fighting early on in this one. 7 minutes left on the clock. Fastest lap of the race. Prestipino, he won a race here last year, as I say. Jacob comes alive when he comes to Phillip Island, 2nd place, and just edging closer to our race leader, Travis Lindorf. As we see the number 2 machine, Bywater, can't quite, not close enough to have a look there. Or getting the tail a bit loose, not used to that on the exit of a corner in a Hyundai Excel, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. A rear-wheel drive AU Falcon with a 4-litre Barra under the bonnet. Very, quite a lot of horsepower. Maybe not quite as much horsepower as the V6 Commodores, but they do have a lot of torque. There's the old inline 6 Barra engine, so they do even out. They balances out between the Holden Rondel and the Blue Oval. Meanwhile, on screen here, this is the number 10 of Shembry, and he's got Peter Tonks just behind him. So this is a great little battle as it's position 18 that they're actually fighting for on track at the moment. So you can see Peter Tonks, his livery, the paint job, is a nod to the old Mobil 1 car driven by Peter Brock in the late 80s, and he's slapped that paint onto the VY Commodore, and it looks absolutely brilliant, doesn't it? So, and a little Mobil 1 sticker on the back. So this is a good side-by-side comparison as well. So you notice that Peter Tonks' car is a lot more modern than the Shembry Commodore, and there's a good comparison between those two coming down the main straight, just in terms of horsepower, and I suspect overall aerodynamics as well. The old VN Commodore, nothing against it, but it's just a little bit like a wheelie bin in a straight line at times.
You see on the left-hand side the different colours, the lighter colours, so the 85 there, that represents the older class of cars. So there are 2 classes, these ones, the more modern machines, and then the older spec machines a bit further down. So it's Shembry that leads that class at the moment from Jaeger. Look at that, sideways from Dornan over the crest of the hill, trying to hold off former series leader Kevin Stootman. And Stootman is, certainly come alive in the back half of this race. Bit of a quiet start, but he's caught up to this group ahead, and he's all over the tail. Don't look at the bonnet wobbling about at the front of that Ford Falcon as he's up in the air behind the Action Line Marks machine of Dornan. So they cross the line, just 4.5 minutes left on the clock. I think Johnson now is the one catching up to the back of Prestipino. Here comes Lowndes looking at Pridmore, can't make it stick on this occasion. Pridmore certainly flinging his Commodore around, and now he's locked up the inside front. He's got to get it, tried to get it stopped down there. It's awkward when you lock up. If you start to run wide, you very easily find yourself in the marbles, off the track, through the gravel, etc. So yeah, really hard to get it back under control once you've locked up, particularly the inside front down there into Southern Loop. But At this stage, it looks like they're holding station, but I think there's plenty more to play out in this race. Still 4 minutes to go, and I'm looking a little further ahead at Lowndes. Lowndes definitely looks like he's closed up onto the back of Jacob Prestipino, but Dornan has closed up onto the back of Lowndes, and Lowndes won't want another car to get between he and Johnson, because that will be crucial championship points come the end of this weekend.
Johnson's knocking on the door. He's trying to wake the sleeping giant in Prestipino, giving him something to worry about. Just 0.6 of a second between Johnson and Prestipino on that last lap. Again, these conditions are brilliant. But look at Johnson, you can see on screen there, it's about a car length between himself and Prestipino, the number 99 machine just ahead. And a few car lengths, about a second to the leader, with Lindorf a second further down the road. They are evenly matched for overall lap pace. It's down to the drivers to try and nail their lap times and absolutely maximise the car in these beautiful conditions. So there is the tail end of that AU Falcon of Stootman coming on the main straight, but here's Prestipino, so he's actually looking for a bit of cool air there, stepping off the line ever so slightly, but side by side, this is Lowndes and Dornan, the 23 machine of Dornan around the outside, just being served a little bit, given plenty of room.
Lovely
plenty
move.
of respect between these two drivers, so absolute veterans of the sport. Well, very used to racing one another. They know how to predict and read each other's racecraft, and they know where to place their car just so that they don't occupy the same piece of racetrack at the same time. Now these Commodores, oh, this is closed up, hasn't it, Dan?
I think Lindorf must have made an unforced error or something off camera, because Prestipino is going around the outside of the race leader. It was all Lowndes on the back of Prestipino. Now it's these two both on the tail of Lindorf. Prestipino sliding out of MG, slides into, not MG, Miller Corner, slides into Siberia. Oh, this is awesome stuff. Daniel Johnson, sitting in third, has not won a race all season, but he's finished every race thus far inside the top 8. He's been a real mark of consistency this season, and that's why he finds himself in the title fight come this final round, and he's there again, just lurking as Prestipino has a look at Lindorf. Can't quite do it on this occasion. Oh, sideways from both of them. Now, Lindorf missed a couple of rounds, and Prestipino's had a few mechanical issues. These two are nowhere near the title fight. They're just out there for race victories this weekend, and you can see that the way they are both driving. Prestipino sliding out of the penultimate turn, just trying to get the best run he possibly can onto the pit straight, because we are commencing the final lap. He's running out of overtaking opportunities through the dust, Pridmore behind. That doesn't surprise me either. He's another one sliding the Commodore around every single turn. Prestipino, I think that slide has cost him momentum, because Johnson's closed up just slightly on him, and they've lost 0.6 to Lindorf, but he's made that up in one corner. The bravery of the youngster in the green and black machine has got him back right on the tail of Lindorf in just one corner. 0.6, nothing, just like that. And he's already completed almost sector 1. This is on, although there's a bit of a gap at the moment. Oh, somebody's off the circuit. That's Bywater.
Oh, no.
The rookie is off the circuit. That's the final corner, so that might be an overtaking opportunity. Gone Dornan, as you say, up the inside of Pridmore.
Oh, not much at fine margins, and Lowndes also locking up in sympathy in the background there. Pridmore hung out to dry, uses all of the apron on the left-hand side. Coming up to Siberia, you can throw a blanket over these two Commodores, but it's getting incredibly close. This is the battle for position 4 at the moment, so just outside of the podium, and they're beginning to drop the car of Lowndes in the background. Through the heat haze, up over Lukey Heights. Prestipino's running out of time, so he'll just have to ensure that he can nail his braking markers. We've seen how mighty he is in carrying mid-corner speed. Looming large in the background in that green and black Commodore. Can he do anything about it, Dan, with just 2 corners remaining?
Unfortunately, might only be one if there are yellow flags out at the final corner. Can't quite see from where we are in the commentary box. I can see green flags on the exit, though. So if he gets a good run, it can still be on down to the finish line. It's going to be close. Lindorf's got that nicely hooked up around there. Prestipino using all of the road. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but I think it's going to be Lindorf, and it is Lindorf that holds on by the skin of his teeth in the end. 0.3 of a second to Jacob Prestipino. Prestopino, Daniel Johnson rounding out the top three, just a second behind in third. Then we got the South Aussie Dornan, Pridmore Lowndes, the series leader. I think will lose his series lead actually with that result. Johnson will take the series lead. It's so tight. Then Stoopman, Griffith, McSwain and O'Callaghan rounding out the top 10. But the field continue to stream through in what was an entertaining race. Of course, what we've come to expect in the Saloon Cars. And there's still a couple out there on the circuit coming around the final couple of corners. Yeah, such a big field. It's remarkable, really, how many there are this weekend. And as I say, we lost a couple coming in. So we lost Vaughan, and we also lost Brett Tate in the Green-Eyed Monster. So a mechanical yesterday in practice. It's on. Jaeger has got the lead in the older spec cars. Shembury's dropped back and now understeering off the road down at MG. So a late change of position in the older spec class. So Jaeger just behind Knight. So Knight, who's always a competitor in the Excalibur Screwbolts Pensioners Cup. And he will come across the line in his AU Falcon just ahead of Jaeger, the winner in the older spec class. And then Shembury coming home in position number 2. So late change of position, as we say. And that'll be Jackson, I believe, in the number 8 machine, and it is. Here are the legendary Cape Barren geese. And the results as well. Travis Lindorff taking the win, 3/10. Then we have Jacob Prestopino in second, Daniel Johnson third, ahead of Scott Dornan, Karen Pridmore, Adam Lowndes in 6th, Kevin Stoopman, Jackson Griffiths, Andrew McSwain and Luke O'Callaghan rounding out the top 10. Beyond that, Andrew McLeod, Blair Davies did very nicely to finish inside the top 12 ahead of James Jeske, Robert Knight, Matthew Jaeger, Justin Shembury, Christopher Jackson, and then the 3 people that failed to make the finish, and then as well our non-starters and our non-finishers, Sean Jamieson and Nash Harris.
Big shout out to our good friend Mark Walker, who's no doubt tuning in from home. He's a big Cape Barren goose enthusiast when they're nibbling at his heels on the bike. So big shout out to all our friends tuning in at home. We hope everyone's enjoying themselves around the circuit and tuning in online, either via YouTube or the Facebook channels. Coming up next, we've got historic touring cars with their opening race of the weekend. So still plenty of racing action coming your way very shortly.
Welcome back trackside to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You're tuned into Blendline TV for round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big shout out to 888 Home Loans, who jumped on board with the series this year. And what a year for a home loan company to jump on board with the State Series with all the issues around interest rates. Give them a try. Why not? See if you can get a better deal with 888 Home Loans. There's never been a time in the last decade or so that's best time to feel the pulse, get the health report on your home loan. Give 888 Home Loans a call and tell them that you were at or you were watching the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We are just about closing in on the last few races for day 1 of this round 5. We've got the historic touring cars on track. Next, the big bangers at 3:50, the sports sedans on track, and then at 4:15. Porsche 944s for 1800 Lasagna will be out on track as well. So we've got some big bangers to come with the historic touring cars lining their way up as well. And we've got some ripping cars that we can have a good look at. Really does, as the name suggests, historic touring cars really does encapsulate, I'm going to say, a golden era of Australian motorsport. The Mustang Coupes, here we go. The broadcast schedule for the entire day, or looked like that was for tomorrow, but that's now gone as well. But the Mustang Coupes, the Mini Cooper S's, Tirana, GTR XU1s, Chargers, there we have it. Sunday morning, away we go with the second day of round 5. The 905 Formula V for their second race of the weekend. Formula Ford at 9:25, 9:45 the improved production race. BMW E30 and combined with the Hyundai Excels, their second race at 10:05. MG and invited British cars 10:25. 10:45 HQs for their second race. Saloon Cars at 11:05. We've just had the Saloon Cars on track, and as always, creating great entertainment and racing. Historic touring, which we're yet to see race, but we have seen qualify. And Brett Trengrove and Darren Collins have got the front row locked out there. There's the reason why we are having a little break. That's car number 2, just going back onto the tilt tray. A newly relived car here for this weekend. Certainly the historic touring cars, as I mentioned, the GTR, Tirana GTR XU1, Charger, Camaros. Now the Camaros have been a massively welcome addition, and just in the promo at the start of the round, the opener for the State Series, we see that great Paul Stubber car having an off at Sandown. Massively entertaining race driver Paul Stubber. The Falcon Raleigh Sprint is also back with us this weekend with Jervis Ward at the wheel. Great to have Jervis back at the wheel. The Charger RT E49, Charger RT, and an RX2 there with Reese Moyle at the wheel. There's a couple of very fast RX2. There's of course none other than Darren Hossack for all of his racing throughout the years, races an RX2 in the historics as well. Big thanks to all of our officials, and there's the reasons why, isn't it, Dan? Out there sweeping up the mess that someone else made.
Absolutely, and it's been a quick recovery because there wasn't just one car, there's several down there at the final couple of corners. So all the cars have been towed away. Just a quick sweep up of the gravel that of course is dragged on, and it looks pretty clean now. And here is the number 2 machine just being taken off. So historic touring cars will be with us imminently, and here is the grid ahead of us. As you say, large variety of machines out there on the racetrack. So it'll be Camaro from the front, Brett Trengrove alongside a Ford Mustang. It sounds a bit familiar, like a touring car category we have in Australia.
Everything old is new again.
That's right.
Just on that, wasn't it great to have the Sandown 500 back in full flight? It was really good. It's one of those events where for many years it just rolled on, and when it didn't happen for a couple of years, it was like, wow, we really missed that endurance race at Sandown, at that magnificent facility, which who knows how long we're going to have it for, but certainly was a good run. Interestingly enough, the Brent Trengrove pole time, a 1:49.57, and Darren Collins a 1:49.77. Really close, because then we look back to position number 3 Trevor Talbots in the 49s, and then we take a fair old plummet in time to a 1:53 for Glenn Miles in the Valiant Charger. So really rapid times out the front for Brent Trengove and Darren Collins. They do a terrific job.
As you say, 2.5 tenths separating the top 3. Following that, though, we have Peter Milliman coming out of 5 alongside Adrian Moyle, again, Ford Mustang and Camaro. Then Ben Dahlstrom and Jeff Munday out of position number 8. I really like that Valiant Charger. Jervis Ward in the Ford Falcon Sprint alongside Stephen Pilicus. So Falcon Sprint in a Tirana. We're going a little bit further back in time with those two, ahead of a Valiant Charger and a Morris Cooper S. 4 very different machines, all of those.
Which is what, touring cars, the touring cars that we know it now really only evolved out of the early 2000s, late 90s. Prior to that, you had multiple marques and multiple models within marques that were running in Australian touring car racing. I guess the modern iteration of this is probably the Australian Production Car Championship, and these cars back in the day were known as improved production cars.
Yes.
So that's the history, I guess, a very basic encapsulation of the history of it. Craig Miles and, as you touched on, Richard Hill in the Morris Cooper S. And I tell you what, you get a wet race here at Phillip Island and the Minis win them. Reece Moyle back to Graham Hill again, another Mini Cooper S, and Reece in the Mazda RX-2 will be absolutely screaming its brains out down the straight here. But the Minis over many, many years, a guy synonymous with mini racing and the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit was a great man called Ted Brewster, and he would always entertain. If there was any chance of racing in the rain here at Phillip Island, it was Ted Brewster at the front of the field.
So we see them head around Southern Loop. Look at that. Glorious Mini. That looks really good in blue. It really stands out. Looks fantastic. In fact, all of these do. They are in immaculate condition. These Just Cars historic touring cars. And we can see them head down in towards Stoner Corner. Of course, time already ticking on the 18-minute race. So once they leave the outgrid and head down pit exit, the time has already begun. So 18 minutes from that point until the checkered flag is flown. So this is a steady outlap. So unfortunately, we'll be eating a little bit into the race time.
I wonder if this is a strategy for historic touring cars, just to get killed out some of that time to maybe drop a lap off the end of the race, because not only are some of the cars, all the cars are historic by name and nature, some of the races are as well. And maybe looking warmer day here today, they might be just going, it'd be nice to have maybe one less lap. Great to see Jervis Ward out there, a really big supporter in the Just Cars historic touring car racing over many years. He's commentated many races as well with Darren Knight, who regularly looks after the historics as far as the historic touring cars, Group N, Group NCB, Appendix J, etc., etc. And great to see Jervis out there in that Falcon Sprint, the white, yellow and red car from the Creative Parrot Agency. And really cool to see Jervis back racing amongst the State Series. And I wish him all the best as we head off on this journey. So Jervis coming out of position number 9, Richard Hill out of number 12 there in the red Tirana. But boy, you've got to have a yellow car to have something on the first 2 rows of the grid, don't you?
Indeed, and look at them continue to stream through. It's a really, really good mixture of old historic touring cars. I'm very much looking forward to this one. Should be a really interesting encounter, and it'll be close as well. Top 3, as you said, close in qualifying, but pretty close from 4th onwards as well. So expect a battle from 4th, 5th, 6th down towards the back of the top 10, and then towards the tail, the little Minis and the old Mazda as well. Expect them to have a good fight in just outside the top 10 as well. I'm expecting about 3 battle packs.
I agree, and good spotting there, Dan. From position number 3, a 153.9, so let's call that a 154, to Jervis Ward. in position 9 is 1 second. So they are all going to be racing close. I fully expect that Trengove, Darren Collins and Glenn Miles will, Trevor Talbot will lead away. Trevor Talbot won the last race here at this particular race weekend last year, and he certainly wants to do a good job. Be great to see the number 16, the six-pack NC, get up amongst it. But I feel as though Darren Collins, who has jumped out of the Camaro, is now driving a Mustang, famously for a long time driving the Camaro and doing a terrific job. He is. So cars lined up and they are there. Green flag has waved. It's been a long outlap. They really did dawdle their way around. The number 22, Brent Trengo, set to go. Darren Collins in the Mustang, gets away beautifully. The Camaro gets a whole lot of wheel spin, as does Trevor Talbot. He's dropped 2 spots. Jervis Ward splits the pack as he runs down into turn number 1. He's made up about 4 spots off the grid there. So the Falcon Sprint, there it is, looking right on the inside of the corner there, gets an absolute ripping start.
Somebody was hard on the rev limiter, and I think it was the Tirana. The Tirana is tootling around turn number 1, so I think we've lost 1 already. I heard big banging on the rev limiter, and we can see him sweeping around Southern Loop.
Got yellow flags down at turn 1. I'm not sure what that's for, waving feverishly down there at turn 1. We'll back to the front of this race. But it is the Camaro of Trengove, a 149.57 down the inside goes Darren Collins. He swapped brands. Can he do a Craig Lowndes? Can he make the transition from a GM to a Ford and still keep the fans in his corner? I reckon he will. That's a good job. There's the Charger just sliding through turn 4, trying to get some tyre temperature in it. There's the 51 there. That's Ben Dahlstrom. A bit further back down the field. He's already had Jervis Ward go through. And it's the 43 of Peter Mullerman that Jervis Ward is now lining up, the black Mustang. Guy that's won races in the State Series in the not too distant past as well. This is a good run here, Darren Collins. You get the feeling the 22 just needs to point its nose at Bass Strait, and it will have to grab the brakes there as Darren Collins sweeped across in front of him. But you get the feeling that the 22 is just going to point those blue headlights Bass Strait down and come streaming on through, don't you?
Yes, depends on the exit very much for Collins onto the straight. It was a good exit. Let's see the performance between the Ford and the Chevrolet. And in fact, it's the Chevrolet that's a little weak down the straight and is vulnerable to Talbot behind in the number 76 Camaro.
Well, Darren Collins gives away about a litre of capacity there, the 5-litre Mustang versus the 6-litre Camaro. And here comes Trevor Talbot. As I said, Trevor's won these races here at this round last year. He likes the football final season to come down here, clear his head of all the guff that goes around the AFL and just go racing.
Of course, not on grand final week this year. First time in many years.
Correct. It'll be interesting to see Melbourne explode when it's a Carlton Collingwood.
Oh, there's going to be contact. Not quite. Good evasive action taken by both there. Just about get away. No paint exchanged. And the 22 from the 76. A couple of Cape Barron geese there just on the outside of the circuit. Move up the inside.
Big fans of historic touring cars at the Cape Barron geese. They've got themselves right on the trackside there.
Good move from Talbot. Moves up to position number 2. And demotes our pole sitter down a further position. So Trengrove down to position number 3. But these 3 have bolted. They've left the rest for dead. Miles is in a lonely 4th position at this point. And then it's a big gap behind him. Here are the rest of those cars. 43 machine of Maluman. And then the Falcon Sprint, the 26 machine. That's Ward, just ahead of Dahlstrom. A great battle between these 2 machines. Really leaning over in the long, fast corners. It'll be particularly obvious here. You can see them leaning over to the right-hand side. Of course, not quite got the suspension of modern GT vehicles, for example.
Geez, I tell you what, the Falcon Sprint, that's a silhouette that really did lead the charge in the category that became from the Bianchi touring cars to the TCM when Jim Richards had so many race wins in his Shannon-sponsored Falcon Sprint, but Jervis Ward stays true to the correct NC formula, presents this car magnificently. And have a look at Mullerman in front in the 43. Just seems to be struggling a little bit with getting the car to flow there as well. Looks to be not flowing the car quite as well as the two guys behind him, and they are absolutely wringing the neck of their kit. And Jervis Ward and Ben Dahlstrom in the 51 there, which is the Charger, 4.4 litre, slant 6 on board. And they work them very, very hard, these 6-cylinder cars.
Lumen went defensive down into MG, but probably no reason to. The 26 nowhere near close enough on that occasion, and a little bit of a rear slide from Dahlstrom on the exit just behind as well. These three very equally matched last time through, just half a second between the 43 and the 51, the slowest of the trio. And this time, though, it looks as if Dahlstrom is faster than Ward, and he's going to have a look down into MG. Can't quite do it this time through.
It's interesting, the Falcon Sprint of Jervis Ward's there, back in the day, was known as a compact. And when you saw it up racing against the Chevy Novas and things like that, they really were. But when you look at them against a Mustang, the big old, they occupy a big old piece of real estate, don't they? The 26, back in the day, known as the compact Falcon.
Good exit from the Falcon Sprint, but I don't think we'll have the legs on the Mustang in a straight line. Let's see, down towards turn number 1. Ward surely not going to go the long way. No, thinks better of it. Slots back in behind, but really squirrely
Doesn't
under
look
brakes.
to be behaving well, does it?
No.
No, he's getting, the bottom of the straight there. You don't want your Falcon Sprint starting to sway around. This is the interesting thing. We've still got 7 minutes remaining. We started at about 14 minutes out of the allocated time. So let's call it half race distance. The brakes will really start to be coming under a punishing phase here. Rear drum brakes. And that is how it was back in the day, albeit that many of them were ventilated just to get a little bit of heat out. But big, heavy cars. Jervis knows how to do the job with this one, but gee, Dahlstrom now starting to see something I guess we're not exactly seeing. The lap times haven't dropped off yet at all for Jervis. In fact, the 154 last time round, he was right on his qualifying time there. So Dahlstrom just picking up the pace, and it looks like Mullerman getting on with the job there. As 155 last time round, did fastest on a 154 on lap number 2, and looking set to get right with it.
It feels like a bit of a marathon, not a sprint. Same distance as all the other races, but with these, you don't want to go too hard on your machinery. They are old machines, that's for certain. You can't just wring the neck of them like you can many of the cars that are here this weekend. You have to treat them with respect. If you go snapping gears, you can break the gearbox. You've got to be smooth, and that's what the Ford Falcon Sprint is at the moment. Seems a lot stronger in some areas than the Mustang, then drops back, gains again. They're really showing their strengths and their weaknesses around this Phillip Island circuit. Looks like the Mustang's faster down the straights, and then as soon as they get to a corner, the Falcon Sprint reins the Mustang back in once again.
So it's the 289 Ford power plant in the Creative Parrot Jervis Ward Falcon Relay Sprint. Car there with the white and red stripes, and the Mullerman entry, the 43 there is the 4.7, so both 289s there, so should be a relatively good horsepower race between these two, both locking up, rear on the 43 right and a right front on Jervis Ward's car. A little bit of wheel spin there as well from Jervis Ward, I think, giving us a little bit of a look at what an 11 would look like out of the rear tyres of car number 25.
This is where the Falcon Sprint gets left behind a bit. The traction and the acceleration, I should say, out of the slower corners of Miller and Siberia And we have a look at the race leader. The lead margin is coming down, and coming down at a vast rate of knots. So we have Collins, and we're looking at on the screen. The margin is being cut down to just over a second. There is Talbot just behind, and then Trengrove behind that. So there are the top three. Both Talbot and Trengrove set their fastest laps on the previous lap, not the one just completed, the one before that. And actually Collins responded a bit there. The gap back out to 2 seconds. Here is Talbot and Trengrove, as you can see, 3.5 seconds, the gap between those two.
Oh, the card is moving underneath him there for the number 22 there of Brent Trengrove. Started on pole position, finds himself in position number 3, but wow, coming through 1, the car moving under him. Wow, is it lap number 5? Will they all start to move underneath them there? Look at that, Jervis Ward. I get the feeling that Jervis Ward's got a massive grin on his face. He's putting the car into an interesting position and then just driving it out off the rear tyres. In fact, I don't think he's the only one out there. I reckon he's got 13 of his other competitors that all got big smiles.
That was a bit too wide there. Waves his hand saying g'day to Dahlstrom behind.
Sorry about that, mate. I flicked some stones at you.
Yes, I affected your run onto this straight. And here comes the 51 machine up the inside. Had a look, made it stick, good move, but the Falcon Sprint will be back up the inside into Siberia. This is great, respectful racing from the historic touring car competitors at in the closing stages of this one. As you say, the tyres now are struggling to keep a hold of the heavy machines. They are sliding about all over the shop. Looks like washing out. The front seem to be the ones going on the Ward Falcon Sprint at this point in time. He was all out attack earlier on in the lap, but now he's all out defending from the 51 of Dahlstrom behind. They head into MG. Such a beautiful corner. Lukey Heights down the hill into MG. Such a tricky corner to get it slowed down for, particularly in these cars. Very, very difficult to get it stopped. Very easy to lock a front brake and spear wide down into the grass or even the gravel at MG. Caught out the very best in the business, not only in supercars but in MotoGP as well. Is that slow, or is that just me?
That is slowing. That is definitely slowing there. That is Trevor Talbot. Trevor Talbot slowing. The guy that won the races here at this round last year. Not good. That's not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, 7 seconds slower last time through than what he has been doing. And Trengrove has taken second, and now he's lost third as well to Miles. And I think he's going to struggle even to make it to the finish here. I think he may bring this into the lane, the back route into the paddock. What a shame. We're sitting really comfortably in second and was in fact gaining on the race leader, but his race has come to an early end down at Miller.
6 laps completed, taking the back route to the pits is not what you want to do, is it? You want to keep on the journey and get to the finish line here. So they go through. He has gone into the paddock there. So these guys all of a sudden start to realise that they're starting to push into the top 5 for a healthy finish. All they need is another issue for someone along the way. And Milliman, it feels as though he's just got a whole new head of steam. He's starting to fight for well and truly inside the top 5, a good spot to be.
Certainly is. Yeah, this is now for 4th position, 4, 5 and 6 as the Mustang goes defensive. Malulan again. That's a couple of times now he's defended where I don't think he necessarily has had to defend, and that's allowed Ward to get even closer still. I think this is the closest he's been at this section of the track so far this race. The question is, can he convert it down at the other end of the track where he seems to be particularly strong? So they exit the final corner, final lap of the motor race.
Darren Collins leading the way, as this has been a race-long battle. As I said, Dan, these guys will be smiling from ear to ear, and you get the feeling at the moment that Ben Dahlstrom is just like, I want to weigh in on this. I'm there. I'm just not quite with them at the moment. I'm watching a great race in front of me. I want to be in it, but I just can't seem to join in the battle that was going on there. And I got a bit of a feeling that Pete Muleman might be running on some old tyres because he's got better pace than this normally. I hope tomorrow he's bolts on a new set of tyres and can get some pace out of the car, but this is not where we normally see the number 43. There is the car up the road from him, Glenn Miles in the Charger. Lock up again on the creative Parrot Falcon.
Has he got it in? Yes, he has. That was a big lock-up down there. This time you can see he's really pushing. He really wants this 4th position. But at this stage, can't quite get close enough. As I say, it's like an accordion at the moment. It's opening up, closing, and back in again. Oh, sideways out of Siberia. But miles ahead in the lead and way out of trouble. The lead margin has come down again on this final lap, but Collins will hold on. He will take the race victory, the first of the weekend in the historic touring cars. It is Collins with a win. Second place for the pole sitter Trengrove. His personal best lap on the final lap, a 50.2, closing the margin down to 1.3 seconds, but not enough in the end. And then we have a wait of about 20 seconds before the next couple of cars hone into view. And it looks in the battle for 4th like the Mustang is going to hold on. So Miles will come across the line in 3rd at the top of the screen in the yellow machine. Then we have the 43 and the 26. It's Maluman, Ward and Dahlstrom, as they were for much of the race, but it didn't look like it was going to be that simple through much of it. Again, another bit of a wait, 10 seconds for the next few cars to come through. And this Mini has performed really strongly, stayed out of trouble, and he finds himself in 8th position, a very good place to finish.
Great place to finish, and what a tribute to the promoters of this weekend is the Mini Club, as we see car number 12, Hill, coming around to round this off. Great shots for all those Mini enthusiasts out there. A Cooper S, full flight at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. A big shout out to all the Mini Club members that have done absolutely awesome job getting this race meeting together. And there goes a Mini, brings it home into 8th place. So a good job there indeed. As we look right back around to turn 11, this is the 91 making its way around to the finish line as well, which is Richard Moyle, making his way to the line. I dare say this is our last note. There's another Mini in behind, which will be none other than Graham Hill. Not none other than the Graham Hill, but Graham Hill.
Yes, not two-time Formula One world champion. No.
Father of world champion.
Yeah, Damon Hill, yes, indeed. No,
great to see the Minis on track, it really is, and a fitting tribute to a club that has been here from the very beginning of running these fantastic state race meetings, and a great tribute to the club that are here this weekend, working so well to put a great race meeting together. Blessed with awesome weather, haven't we?
Oh, superb, superb. Here are the results then. Darren Collins taking the win, 1.3 seconds in the end. Then a massive gap to Glenn Miles in the 16 machine, 27 seconds off the race victory. Then we had Peter Maluman, Jervis Ward and Ben Dahlstrom in that great battle for 4th position. Following that, Jeff Munday, Richard Hill, Reece Moyle, and as we said, Graham Hill rounding out the top 10. Beyond that, the non-finishers. Trevor Talbot, unfortunately, retiring from the race, and then 3 other non-finishers. Up next, Sports Sedans. Very much looking forward to that one. Supercars driver Thomas Randall will be coming out of pole position. That'll be up next.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I promised that at 12:30 today we would have the big bangers on track. Here they are. They are making their way around the magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Here, this is a round for the Groove Train Eastland, QP Lubes and National Blind Suppliers. The Groove Train Eastland is owned by one of the Sports Sedan members. It's a restaurant in Eastland, full-service restaurant, cafe and bar, offering a wide range of catering to many tastes and a relaxed atmosphere, providing all the flavour and authenticity that comes with wood-fired cuisine. Shop 24, third floor, right next to the Hoyt Cinemas in the Eastland Shopping Centre. I'm Darren Smith and have been joined by a racer out of the Sports Sedan field, albeit had a little bit of time off over recent times. Warren Cleland, welcome to this round of the Sports Sedans.
Thanks, Darren.
Fantastic to see such a good field, and without a doubt we have got one of the best sports sedans and sports sedan drivers in the country on pole. Set a 1:30.139. Thomas Randall in car number 49 for the family racing team. Let's see what Thomas Randall can do. Not surprisingly, 8.9 seconds faster than Francois Habib, the next car on the grid there, an ex-Tasman Motorsport supercar. Dean Cam has come back after a fantastic tour of North America, racing his Formula 5000 with Ben McLeod right alongside in the number 74. Awesome to have Ben McLeod in this field. He is going from strength to strength. Really looking forward to seeing how the VZ Commodore Black Mamba Racing outfit can acquit itself. Back to William Timms in the all-carbon fibre Mustang Mark car. Cam McKee in the number 44, six-cylinder Barra powered there. Nathan Baines back with us in the number 42. Graham Gilliland. This is the debut of the season. The 20B on board the Gilliland outfit. Really looking forward to seeing where Graham can have his car. A very, very rapid build process to convert this car from a twin rotor to a triple, and the horsepower involved. In Stenter, back to Michael Luff, Gordon Lovegrove in the Datsun, Randall McGurkin, then Andrew Goldman, Paul Cornell, and Randall McGurkin down the back there as well. So the 54 will be the blue Calibra. And we go back down to Ran Senior in the 56. So Ran Junior, let's say, is in the Calibra, and it's his first race meeting since giving that car a rebirth. Let's see what Thomas Randall, who has nothing to do in the championship hunt, but he does like to get lap records. That would be the passion and the motivation of being here. They're running a Michelin tyre on that car. Dean Cam, like a pro stock drag car in the Corvette, charges away from the lead, leads the field down, shows Thomas Randall exactly how to get through turn one, and Thomas just trying to get some temp into those Michelins, gets pushed right up into the run to turn two. Warren, how much fun would it have been in that pack?
Oh, yes, that was a big start. I don't think Thomas Randall will be running second for very long. I think he'll be out in front before we can blink.
Well, Dean Cam's held him off for two corners now, and the run down to turn number three, the Corvette not wanting for horsepower, that's for sure. Randall's got the grip, looks to the outside, and will try and get under Dean Cam, but Dean just holding sway there. He's going to get pushed wide, the 66 and the 49 round the inside. Thomas, he's not going to get too racy with it. He'd like to get through on Dean Cam. You get the feeling that Dean Cam, a veteran of Victorian and national sports sedan racing, would just like to run with Thomas for as long as he possibly can.
We have Graham Gilliland that slid off on the corner down there. Hopefully he'll get back on and everything will be good. Brand new engine. He's taken it very carefully this time.
He certainly is. There he goes again. Really looking forward to seeing what can come out of this chassis for many years. A twin rotor, normally aspirated, still running with the normally aspirated outfit in that car, but the field already finding its way down. Here's Cam McKee. He's gone through on Ben McLeod. Great to have Ben, been racing with us for a number of years now, joined in with the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria recently in the Black Mamba outfit, but what a magnificently turned out race car is car number 72. And Cam McKee in the advanced car carriers outfit there as well. Also a beautifully presented racing car as we look to the straight now, both cars head on view, looking magnificent now. McKee back to McLeod, then it's Bill Timms or William Timms in the Mark car, and then it goes back to Luff Stenter. Nathan Baines has gone back a spot. Gordon Lovegrove has done a good job, started out of 11th and has gone up a spot. And the McGlurkins start to make their way through the field now as well. Came off the back of the grid up to 11 and 12 now, taking short work of Shaw and Graham Gilliland. You'd have to forgive Graham for the time being just to get used to the car. It will have changed the dynamics a lot, won't it?
Oh, it very much will. Yeah, going from a 13B to a 20B. Yeah, it's completely different.
Oh, this is Rand McGlurkin Sr. in the 300 ZX, just heading off. Looks like turn 2, I think that might be, just wheeling around there, so just stopping down there. And Dean Cam has surrendered the lead in the race. He had slowly came out of turn 4 and is continuing on slowly. It looks like McLeod and Francois Habib has gone through McKee and McLeod, now coming across him in the Groove Train Eastland field.
Yeah, Dean Cam has got some electrical problems. He was a little worried before the start, but thought he'd have a go anyway, but here he is.
Well, he did have a go off the start, didn't he? Always. He puts the back of that Corvette to the ground and away it goes.
It was good to see someone have a go against Thomas Randall, but wasn't for very long, was it?
Absolutely true. The qualifying time for Randall, a 1:30.139 on lap number 2, a 1:33.768. Now, the wind is actually coming up the straight, so that will give you a little bit of a push up the hill coming out of Siberia, just sort of trying to ascertain the ideal, I guess, conditions, Warren, that if Thomas is here indeed to challenge for a lap record, or is he just keeping himself well lubed for the 1,000 in a couple of weeks' time?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the lap record here is down in the mid-127, so yes. I think he will struggle today.
I tell you what, they wheeled it out at Sandown and it was an absolute jet. The sole reason to be there was to try and arrest the lap record back off a fellow national competitor, Victorian, in Jordan Caruso. And he is doing a good job here. But I tell you what, any given Saturday afternoon when the weather's like this, Warren, you'd drag your RX-7 out to come and do it at some point when it's like this, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd love to get it back on the track. It's got a blown gearbox at the moment, and I've just purchased a Mark 1 Mazda. But I'm not ready to race it yet. A few practice weekends and I'll be back.
Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Although I did always enjoy seeing the silhouette of the black RX-7, but certainly the Mark cars are becoming a very, very popular, I'm going to say, lower maintenance or a predicted maintenance type of race car, aren't they?
And that's my theory, yes. Yeah, I'm not a mechanic and don't have a big team with me, so hopefully low maintenance reliability, which I didn't really have in the other car. So we'll see how it goes.
Like a boat, really. You want to try and keep them as low maintenance as possible, don't you?
Yeah, you're pushing it for boats.
So across the top of the hill, there goes our mate Rand McGlurkin. He is acquitting himself very nicely here in the number 54. And it's his old car, Nathan Baines, the number 42, right behind him there as well. So be interesting to see how Rand... There goes Graham Gilliland. He was absolutely flying. Came right up behind Nathan Baines and gone through on those guys like absolutely no tomorrow. Coming up to the back now of Rand McGlurkin. You'd have to think the big Dodge NASCAR-powered outfit's going to have him in a straight line, but wow, look at the triple rotor. Car number 21, Graham Gilliland, draws right alongside, flames out the back on the overrun, and the number 21 goes storming on through. It is not every day of the week you see a Mopar capitulate to a rotary.
Yeah, well, Rand's first weekend down in his space frame there, and he said he wasn't racing too hard. He's trying to learn the car.
One of the things that was really interesting, Ran did a test day and felt quite claustrophobic in the car. The engine right back next to his knees and his hips in that car, and it is, as you just touched on, Warren, a full space frame car. Yeah. Graham Gilliland runs long at turn 4. In fact, is he? No, he's going around the runoff road.
I sat in Rand's car an hour or two ago, and yes, it is claustrophobic, so I can understand his feelings. But he's getting on top of it.
Imagine when the exhaust temperatures get up in there, you'd be really, really working for it.
Yeah, burn your left leg off that one.
Here we go, Ben McLeod, currently 4th on the road here in the number 72. A guy that for the last 2 seasons, just about every lap, certainly every race, improving, learning, taking everything in his stride, and brilliant car setup and preparation. That is what it is all about. Bring Bring your A game to the track every single time, and hopefully you have the best possible weekend. Cam McKee, the head-on shot of the turbocharged six-cylinder with Tim's in the all-carbon black Mark car.
Yeah, beautiful machine, that one.
They really are turning out some great-looking pieces of kit, starting up their own series, which has run for a couple of rounds with the Shannon's Trophy Series throughout 2023. But certainly with some great idea to run them in sports sedans as well. And this is the number 35 now that we're getting a good look at. Michael Luff.
Michael Luff's first race today. He's done some go-karting in the past, but this is his first race in the big time on the big track and a big heavy car.
Certainly is a floor pan car, this one. So when we say floor pan, it's as you would see your car at home. Oh, the 17 running along there as well. That's Vin Stenter in his Mustang. Great to have Vin back amongst the field as well in the Mustang. It's good to see some of these modern shape Mustangs starting to run with us. But there's the 35 again of Michael Luff, and doing a tremendous job. Gee, it sounds good. Sounds really good coming off the bottom end of the track there.
Beautifully prepared machine, and he's built it all himself in his shed. Great job.
Looks good, doesn't it? Right there, the QP Lubes sponsor sticker, the National Blind Supplies and the Groove Train Eastland. Great feed if you're looking for one and you're anywhere near Eastland, which basically it's anywhere in Melbourne these days. Head down there just off Eastlink, and here is Thomas Randall, a 1:30.0941. He has gone faster than what he did in qualifying. Graham Gilliland just giving him some room there. And Graham looks to go with him for a little bit there, just see if he can't get himself a bit of a tow and start to run some PBs as well. We've got 4.5 minutes left, so that's easily 3 laps more for Thomas Randall. Our race leader, Francois Habib, into P2. Dean Camp continues to circulate, albeit nowhere near at the 38s he was in the first part of the race, down into the 140s, so a couple of seconds a lap slower there. Rand McGlurkin Jr. just going slowly there in the Flavius entered outfit.
Yeah, Rand's on a steep learning curve in the car, as we said, first day out in it, so we'll see how he goes. He's enjoying himself anyway. Interesting, Thomas Randall slowed down a few seconds there. Maybe he's not looking for the lap record after all.
Or is he just warming us up for what is going to be the last couple of minutes of this race, and what potentially getting himself comfortable. Bit of a pull on the belts, make sure they're nice and tight before you take off like a rocket ship.
We can only hope.
Yeah, we can only hope. That's right. This is one of your genuine front-running national sports sedans, and boy, that scene has absolutely come alive in 2023. The wily older fox, old 11 times Tony Ricciardello, taking some great wins at the last round at Sydney Motorsport Park as part of Master Blast. Here's Dean Cam, still in third position.
He's going all right.
Yeah, and Francois hasn't really got away from him either. He's just, what is he? He's 1.5 seconds away. Interestingly enough, Thomas Randall 45 seconds up the road in just 6 laps. So this is really your Victorian Championship between these two on screen right now, and a whole lot of unburnt fuel smoke just spilling out the side of Dean Cam's car. No fire there, just lots of smoke. We see the Tasman Motorsport car there of Francois Habib, and it is definitely, looks like Dean Cam's maybe filled up with diesel here today, chucking the briquettes out the side as he's on the downshift there.
It'll be very interesting to see if he has a go at Francois. Francois is ahead of him in the points.
There's the flames. The 21 coming back into pit lane. I guess it's not something unexpected, really, is it, Warren? They're in a new development phase with that car, and there'll be things to attend to.
This is a testing round for the Gilliland entry, yes.
What it has done is it's really a mechanical marvel that little team have been able to take the old motor out, make all the changes that they have to do to put a triple rotor in, and have it in 6 months back on the track.
Yeah, they've been working hard on it, and it's a beautiful looking machine. So
well put together right from day one. Here we go. We're swapping for position number 2 on the road. The Corvette is in full song now. Dean Cam has kicked out the school band. He's welcomed the symphonic orchestra on board, and he is running beautifully now in a straight line there. Not too sure what was going on with the 66. The flames have returned, so maybe he just needed to clear his throat, a bit of a Dean Cam cough up of a Winfield, and away you go.
Yeah, I'd like to see Francois come back and make a bit of a race of it, but we shall see.
I wouldn't say die yet for Francois. He never does. So
he's a fierce competitor and got a good car.
Thomas Randall now is well and truly on a fast one, and the interval is well out over 40 seconds. Here we go. Chance for a fast lap. Down it goes for Randall. Across the line he goes, and that was a 1:35.65. He will definitely only have one lap, and then we'll get the last. So you've got 2 more laps to go. Over the bumps there, you see his head bounce around there like a bobble doll, as we're just getting word now that looks like Rand McGlurkin Jr. in the Calibra retiring. But let's get back to what we're looking at here. The Sky Sand Saab out of Dean Randall Engineering. And this car is well lit up. Running a Michelin tyre, which is interesting. And we're just keeping a really close look on this here. He'll get the last lap board around, so maybe this is the lap to get the feel of the car, and then with one more opportunity left to push it all the way to the end. Really, really good idea. When you're going to be coming out of the Sandown 500, want to keep yourself well revved up, come and drive one of the fastest cars in the country on one of the fastest tracks in the world, and keep yourself well lubed.
It's great to see him racing here. It's a pleasure to have him with the sports sedans on the track.
Always is when some of these national sports sedans, and this is not arguably, this is in one of the top 5 fastest sports sedans in the country. On its day, top 2 fastest sports sedans in the country, as everyone looking to the top of the straight now to see Thomas Randall thump down, get the last lap board, a 1:29.89. He's got to go. He's got to dig deeper than that, and I think he's going to continue to do so. It is the last lap. It's watching his commitment into turn 2. He's still committed to it.
Well,
he hasn't eased out. Yeah, no, that doesn't sound like full song, does it?
No, he's going to relax.
And why wouldn't he?
Well, yeah. He knows he's done a good job, and he's won the race today. But he is next level. We always expected him to. But
Cam McKee now withdrawing in the 44 there.
That's interesting.
He came out of the top 5 and has been ailing, but drops out on the last lap. Could have just driven around to gather the points and be a finisher. We haven't got sector times to see what Thomas Randall's up here, but this doesn't look like he's cruising either. This looks like he's pretty motivated. Maybe the plan is, Warren, to get the car in the window today, and 2 more opportunities tomorrow to.
Well,
to
you're right.
possibly
Yes,
do something.
it's not the final race, so there's plenty of time for him to come to and get that. I think it's 1:27.27. I think is the fastest time here.
Something like that. That's what rings my bell. Yes, definitely. As the field continues around, filling our screens is this magnificent Saab for Sky Sands and De Vilbus. Great sponsors of Thomas's over numerous years of his career now. There's the checkered flag. And we'll grab the lap time as he comes across. There was a 1:34.84. So, yeah, definitely eased out. There's the
diesel.
The diesel coming out of the 66 there of Dean Cam. And still doesn't look to be as poised as what it normally is, this car with Dean at the wheel. Does sound good, though. Neil Burns engines always in this car. So one of the better Chevy engine builders that you will find, I'm going to say anywhere in the world, looking after the power plant here for Dean Cam. And this is the Victorian, if you like, contingent, albeit that Thomas Randall is definitely a Victorian and has just won a race in the Victorian Championship, doing a good job. In fact, that will put Thomas in contention inside, I think in the 5 after his sweet run he had at round 1 earlier this year. Dean Cam now coming around to take the checkered flag, and that will confirm the result for the top 3, with Francois Habib not too far behind him as well, as Nathan Baines hits the line there as well with Luff. Cam gets the chocolates in position number 2 behind Thomas Randall. 69 seconds later, Francois Habib. And here comes Ben McLeod, the guy that seems to have a domination on position number 4. Warren, it won't be long before this guy is well and truly inside the 3.
Yeah, I think so. He's young, keen, and hungry to get right up the front. So it'll be good to watch him in the near future.
Certainly will. Shame that Cam McKee didn't get to the line and Rand McGlurkin and Graham Gilliland. That's a real shame that they didn't make it their way through. Warren, thank you so much for your time and lending your expertise during race 1 for the weekend. There's the results here. Thomas Randall, Dean Cam, Francois Habib, Ben McLeod, William Timms, Michael Lafreniere, Stenter or Vin to his mates, Nathan Bain, Gordon Lovegrove, David Shaw, rounding out the 10 to the non-finishers in McGlurkin, Luff, McKee and the other McGlurkin and Gilliland. So that rounds out our sports sedans for race number 1. As I said, Warren, thanks for your time. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Darren.
And we have got plenty of sports sedan racing still to come tomorrow, and we will be welcoming the sports sedans on track. They got the late start tomorrow, 11:45, and then the final race for the day at 3:45. We've got plenty still to come your way here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Porsche 944s on the menu next. We'll be back in a moment. Nine 944s making their way down on track. I am not too far away from just taking a break and allowing I co-commentate to him nowadays. Jack Atley has joined us. Jack, welcome to lead this call, and I'll chime in as I see fit. Hasn't it been a ripping year with the 944s?
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to one of the greatest racetracks in the world. What a sensational year we're having so far in the 944 Championships. Definitely looking forward to this one. Already we've got some dramas. If we look on screen there, we've got Lyndon Watson there, who's run into some issues as he's come out of pit lane, which is a bit of a shame. We had Lyndon return to the series at the moment, so I'm not sure whether he's had a incident coming out of pit lane or he's just...
Is he just fixing a wedgie?
He may be.
It looked like
he may be doing it. He may be
fixing a wedgie, just getting out of track though. You're not going to do a 20-minute race with a wedgie, hey?
Adjusting the belts, exactly. He might be just getting himself settled, but great to see him. Just running through the grid there though. Does sensational performance by Adam Brewer this morning. First pole in the category for the Black Widow Spider there, Adam Brewer, number 3. Sitting right alongside the Baron of Benalla himself, Chris Lewis-Williams, coming off race wins at our final round there back at Sandown. Cam Bella, the 4-time champion, comes out of position number 3. El Presidente, also known as Taipan Torbitz, comes out of position 4. So he'll be looking to move up the grid. He's in the pool master entry this round. Andrew Jackman, we're missing him, Jacko, at the moment, but we send our best wishes to Jacko, recovering from a shoulder injury. Lyndon Watson, back as we said for this round. He certainly knows this track well, and he loves this place. Tony Westaway, also known as Amazon, because he actually delivers even on a Sunday. Carter Fox comes out of position 7. Fantastic qualifying position for young Carter. That's his best qualifying position. He'll be out of position number 7.
And let me guess, he's called Chuckalucky.
He's called the Prince.
Chuckalucky 7? No,
I haven't got he's called the Prince. He is the Prince of Darkness. He is the Prince. Joey Kellick there, or Joey opposite Lock, as we like to call Joey. He will be all over the place, but he's definitely exciting to watch. Coming out of position 9, Manny Manasoma, really used to high-speed machinery. Manny knows how to drive not only the 944s here, but also drives the Porsche GT3s as well in the
Cup car guy too.
Yeah, exactly, in the Michelin Sprint Challenge there. Keith Mariner, English expat driver, loves this place and usually does really, really well here. So look out for Keith. Coming out of position 11, Joshy Brisbane in arguably what I feel does is probably the best looking car on the grid. It's a beautiful green machine there, the number 56 of Josh Brisbane, so he'll be looking to move up the grid there as well. Loves this place, but definitely looking forward to this one. Down the bottom of the pack there, we've got Jimmy Mitchell as well, returning, and Tony Andrzejewski, again, well known in the Porsche community, but Tony's come back from the GT3 Challenge round in Queensland. And we've got Jared Campone, who's making his debut this round, so be interested to see how Jared goes. Best of luck to him. It's certainly a very exciting time for young Jared. His first race, so all the very best to Jared. And of course, rounding out the field, Johnny Venoris in the beautiful 32 machine.
Fantastic looking field, and I am super happy that Adam's been able to put it on pole here. The next job is the big task, and that is to deal with CLW and Cambella and keep them at bay. And Mark Torbett's back up the front where he belongs as well, driving the Poolmaster car of Jackman as we are about to get underway. And Brewer fluffs it right from the beginning there. The pressure got to him. The 1-800 Lasagna car goes to the dirt. He charges through and gets 2 off the line there. So Joey Kellock goes right down the inside. That's him right off to the left of your screen. But have a look at this. Bella goes through CLW, and then we've got Mark Torbitts and Brewer, who absolutely did fluff the start there. Rose to the occasion, got the pole position, and threw it away before he had a metre down the road.
A real shame there for Adam Brewer, but I'm sure he'll fight back. But Cambella, they've actually had an engine change overnight, so for him to come out and be leading round into turn 1 and turn 2 is a sensational performance by the Bella team there. I know they've put a lot of hours into that car overnight. Sensational performance. Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila, sitting in just behind him, and El Presidente slots into third there. Joey Kellock had a great start, and as you can see, rounding up the field, trying to cut through the boys there, coming up on Manny Meneselma.
Manny Meneselma's got his mirrors absolutely filled with Joey Kellock. Joey Kellock surrenders a spot there on the charging Westaway. Tony Westaway comes through and snatches that spot back off the Lasagna racer. And right back in the mirrors now. There's Carter Fox there as well. No Dickie Howe this weekend in the 944s.
No Dickie Howe. Unfortunately, we are sadly missing King Richard. He's out with a wrist injury at the moment. A couple of the guys are out with some injuries at the moment. We expect to see a couple of guys back for Island Magic later in the year. But yeah, Joey again, as you can see, all over the place as he comes down the bottom of Lukey Heights. But we're missing a couple of the boys, and we give them a big shout out to guys like Tim Wolfe and Andy Tudor over in Perth, and of course Andrew Jackman, who's recovering from a shoulder injury.
Of course, Tim Wolfe keeping himself well and truly entrenched within the Porsche family, doing also some cup car type of racing. There's a black flag being displayed there as well.
So we've got someone off at the top of turn 12 there as well. Looks like a fair slide. We can't quite see who that is, but that is High Speed Corner. It's probably the fastest corner on the track.
Johnny
my goodness.
Oh no, that's Manny Meneselma down in turn 1.
Wow. So that
they're all in turn 1.
This has gone bonkers.
It has gone bonkers. That is exactly what it
has. There's Joey. He's gone too. Well, if I may say, it doesn't come as a shock.
Joey in the Lasagna entry there, that arrived late on the scene there as well. So that has thrown an absolute cat amongst the pigeons because Watson has gone off there, and they've all followed him off except for CLW, Cambella, Adam Brewer's still in there, and Mark Torbett's. They're the only ones that have stayed out of any sort of issue at this point in time. We're only a lap and a half into the journey.
There's never a dull moment in 944 racing, I can tell you, but we've had about 5 cars off in that lap, just quietly. They are all over the place at the moment, the boys. I don't know whether we've got some oil on the track or sand or mud or dirt or whatever, but they're certainly struggling for grip. But you can see the top 4 protagonists as usual. And as we mentioned that, Chris Lewis-Williams has taken the lead over Cambella. Mark Torbett's El Presidente slots into third. Nads Brewer sits right on his bumper.
This is going to be a good run between these two because Mark has found some pace since jumping out of the black car, his own car, and taking on a bit of a loner here this weekend. You know what they say about hire cars, they always go just that little bit faster, don't they?
Well, indeed. He's taking the place of current front runner Andrew Jackman in the Poolmaster entry there, the beautiful Poolmaster entry car. Jacko's out with a shoulder injury at the moment, but and of course Mark Torbitts is preparing his own newer car, which will be seen later in the year. So he's jumped into that car and he's really showing just how great and adaptable he is as a driver there as well. And
he's got another nice car in the shed too, Mark Talbots. We'll touch on that one day.
He's got a few.
He's got a very nice one there. Big support coming from Porsche Cars Australia, 888 Home Loans, AVI Technology, 1-800 Lasagna, and of course the magnificent gear out of Pit Lane Clothing. Xavier Kokai, you're walking around the pits looking $1 million in his Pit Lane. Got the Pit Lane Clothing outfit, so big shout out to that mob for their support. But have a look at this. We're getting a black flags for Lyndon Watson, we believe. Yes, so that was the car that had stopped on the outlap. I would suggest the black flag might be that he made his position back up on the grid on the warm-up lap after stopping down there at turn 1. But we won't speculate that. So yeah, a starting position infringement we would expect that to be. Have a look at this up in front.
Yeah.
As much as things change in the world, sometimes they stay the same, don't they, from one round to the next?
Yeah, as we're pretty used to seeing, there are 7 championships between these two guys. You've got a 3-time championship winner in the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams there in the Tyre Power Benalla car. And of course, Cameron Bella in the Aqua car is a 4-time champion, very, very used to winning races and very used to controlling races. And they know this track so well. And on a beautiful sunny afternoon, where else would you rather be? But these guys are just flowing the car beautifully. That's what makes them quick. That's what makes them special, and is what really keeps them at the front of this pack continuously. But again, not too far back to Mark Talbots, El Presidente, and Ads Brewer hanging on. Although Brewer there, one key point there, I reckon, Daz, which we forgot to mention there, was the slipstream. It is such a key aspect of this track. Down this long Gardner Straight, which you can see on screen now, if you've got a bit of a headwind, you can really pick up a little bit of time by sitting in the car, sitting behind the car just in front of you. That's what Cam Bella's doing. He's really effectively biding his time. He's not going anywhere, but he's just not really pushing his tyres. He's not pushing the engine. He's not pushing the car incredibly, but he's staying right on the bumper of Chris Lewis-Williams because he knows he's going to get the slipstream down that long straight.
Jack, you and I both know the feeling of Cam Bella in this race. He's slung a spare engine in. He's looking at gauges. He's smelling for coolant. What's that? Can I smell coolant? Yeah. No. Can I smell engine oil? No. Is that gear oil? Oh, the brake pedal feels a bit funny. And he's all of a sudden not concentrating on the job at hand, and that is to race a guy that, as you said, 3 times championship winner. He's got 1 less than at the moment, but Cam Bella has got a mind full of things that could potentially go wrong.
Oh,
and trying to get on with the race as well.
He has. He's a pretty cool customer, though, and he's a very experienced driver. So there's a lot of things you always have to balance. But you're exactly right, Daz, that Chris Lewis-Williams is actually currently leading the championship, so he's no slouch himself. And he is effectively controlling this race. He's probably driving to a point where he's ticking down a checklist in his head. He's just getting through a corner, getting through an apex, keeping the mid-corner speed up through these corners, because that's the key with Phillip Island. It's just keeping your mid-corner flow throughout the whole racetrack.
So 3 laps completed. We've got 6.5 minutes remaining here. Cars drawing right alongside now. Keith Mariner getting a good run up the inside there, and this is a good bit of racing here with these guys.
Yep. We've got Westaway there over Mitchell, of course. So Jimmy Mitchell's having a great run, if I may say, in the Martini livery car there, the number 46. But on screen, of course, we can see the Westaway, well known in the Porsche 944 categories, the Westaways, and Jamie's, of course, a multiple champion. Again, back at the front, though, things are starting to really heat up again here with a few laps to go. Ads Brewer's really caught up again. Maybe got a little unsettled at the start. He had a pretty poor start. You can really see how much he's picked up these guys, and now he's really starting to be on the charge. And in
fastest car on track by quite a margin too is Ads Brewer. Look at this, down into turn 3. This is where he's got his pace.
Absolutely. He's picked that into the 49s, so all-time lap record. Here's 47. He's a 1.5 to 2 seconds just off the all-time lap record pace. But at 49s and 50s, that's a pretty high pace. You've got
He's gone half a second faster than he did in qualifying, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, you've got relatively cool conditions. Again, it's a beautiful, sunny, dry afternoon, but the temperature's dropping a little bit, so that is actually going to probably help your lap times a bit here as well. But Ads Brewer as well, he knows. If he can tack onto the front 2 here, he can get the slipstream down these long straights, and they're flat through the boards, through the hay shed section here as they come up over the top onto Lukey Heights. careful here. You've got the sun in your eyes, late afternoon sun, so right there on screen. That'll be a factor, but it's just a matter of staying with the front two front runners for Ads Brewer, and he knows he's going to get that slipstream all the way down the straight.
Jack, this is the hard bit about racing at Phillip Island. If you've got a screen that you've had in for a couple of years and you come across Lukey Heights at this time of day, it's like you're driving into a snowstorm. You got the sandblasted screen. It picks up all of that on your screen, and it is just like a whiteout in front of you. So that can be quite a danger here at Phillip Island, particularly. I mean, this is unheard of, magnificent September weather here, and we're not complaining about it. But all these things that you probably, even at Island Magic, because we've got daylight saving, the sun's a bit higher in the sky. The sun's low in the sky, and these guys will be battling with that. Have a look at this. We're going to have a swap for the lead, or are we? Into turn 2. Wow. Bella positions the car beautifully. Wow, that is what we are used to seeing from Cam Bella. It's either from the start to finish, lights to flag for Cam Bella, or it's all about car placement. And it even caught Chris Lewis-Williams a little bit unaware then, because he went to turn in and then he went, oh no, that aqua car's there. I've got to do something about this. I've got about 400 or 500 metres to deal with it. And he's going to put it down the inside as well.
Yep, that's a key breaking point as well. They're coming into Honda corner. Cam Bell decided to make a move there, which is a little bit relatively early for Cam, I would say. Although he knows that he wants to lead. In fact, I would dare I say it, he wants to get ahead and away from a hard-charging Adam Brewer here as well. But the sun and the late afternoon sun would be a factor. So maybe Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Benalla, maybe he had a slight lift coming over the top of Lukey Heights there, allowed Cam to get through. The racing is so close. I mean, you've got literally 0.1 of a second between the top two. So any slight mistake and you know that these guys behind you are going to be all over you.
Great racing again in the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944s. Live and trackside here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented by 888 Home Loans on Blendline TV, as we have done for a number of seasons now. Fantastic service to grassroots motorsport. Blendline TV bringing all of the action into, well, Jack, it's not into your lounge room, it's into wherever you want to be, isn't it? Global. You can take it with you. You can put Blendline TV in your pocket and take it with you out in the car, in the boat, go for a walk, whatever it might be.
Absolutely, and in fact anywhere in the world. And we do have guys who say hi from all over the world. So that's the great thing and the beauty about Blendline TV and the great coverage that we receive here. It's live and free to air, and it's sensational racing. So,
gee, the free-to-air has got something to be said about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I mean, we love it as a category. It's amazing that you can sit literally anywhere these days and watch great racing on one of the world's best racetracks, and you can have people from London or Spain or Italy or Bali or wherever you want to be.
Wherever it might be. Well, the other thing is, you mentioned Bali at the last round with, I think it was Andrew Jackman was in Bali, and he was watching the racing and giving you coaching tips on how to be a commentator as we were doing the race.
Absolutely. Speaking of tips, Ads Brewer really now having a lunge under Cam Bella.
That's it.
Can he get it done? Wow, very close.
I know as
racing.
a commentator you're not supposed to barrack, but come on, Brewer, let's go.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. Ads Brewer is a race winner himself, so he's no slouch either. So this is no luck of the draw. He knows how to lead a race and to win a race. So he's had success here before at Phillip Island. I know he loves this track. He improved that car a bit in the past. They had a test day here about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Ads is, he told me this morning that the car is, in his words, much more compliant with what he wants. So in other words, the car is doing what he wants it to do. And when you've got a car under you that's doing that, that's a really positive sign.
Yeah, the last thing you want is a car that's fighting back. If you're giving it a wheel input or a throttle input and it's not giving you what you're expecting to be able delivered, it doesn't inspire confidence, and confidence is what 100% race drivers need.
Absolutely, especially here as well. It is a fast-flowing, high-speed circuit, and you can see how close Adam Brewer is there to Cameron Bella. So you really want to trust the guys in front of you, and this is where Adam Brewer is now really trying to take effect of this slipstream effect down the long straight, and in fact he probably will. He'll go around the outside for turn 1, and that'll give him the inside line into turn 2. So sensational move there by Adam Brewer. But yeah, it's all about trusting the guys all around you. When you're racing this close at well over 200 kilometres an hour, you want to be able to trust the guys around you. All these 3 guys are very experienced campaigners. So sensational drive there by Adam Brewer coming out of turn 2.
Confidence is all what it's about here. You touched on flying the car here at Phillip Island. Commitment is what Adam Brewer just showed us. That is the other thing that you need, and that was a massive committed move. Cam Bella's now just showing you he's committed also, but have a look at this. we are in a situation where we're about to get the last lap board here, and Ads Brewer has got the car coming alive under him. Has he just started with a different set of tyre pressures on this car so that it does come on song at the end of the race, just so that he's got that impetus to be with these guys for the first 5 or 6 laps, but then in the last 7 and 8th lap, give it the good push, everything coming in song for him.
Absolutely, definitely coming together, and I think just getting into a flow. As I said, he's improved the car in the last month or so. They've tinkered around a little bit with brake pressures and brake biases and that sort of stuff as well. So, and perhaps tyre pressures are coming into it as well now. But he is really having a crack here at the Baron of Benalla. He lunges down to the bottom of Lukey Heights. Now you need to get really good drive out of this corner. This is turn 11, because from here in a Porsche 944 you are literally flat to the boards all the way right down to turn 1 and 2. So these guys are pushing very, very hard, and they know with a lap to go, they've got to give it everything they've got. But Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Benalla, just a really cool customer, and he's leading this race pretty well. Cambella now about to take advantage of the slipstream and do what Ads Brewer did to him earlier. But coming into turn 1, 3 wide almost, or 2 wide there with the 2 guys behind. That's real commitment there as well. You're through there at close to 200 kilometres an hour. Again, Cambella, the experienced campaigner, knows that if he goes around the outside of 1, he's going to be on the inside of 2.
Sets him up for 2, doesn't it? Have a look at this, but have a look at this, fighting back. Mark Brewer in the number 3, all over the back of the 55. There is a weight of expectation every time Bella goes out. Yeah, you think he's going to get the top step, or at least the second step on the podium. But I tell you what, the guy behind him, I reckon he wants it more, and we're about to see that commitment level raise. It might not be here, it might not be today, but Jack Atley, I think tomorrow we're going to see a Mark Brewer, a different Mark Brewer to round 1 this year, that's
Adam
for sure.
Brewer, absolutely.
Adam Brewer, sorry.
Mark Talbots is sitting back currently as we speak in 4th, but Adam Brewer, absolutely, potentially setting himself up for the weekend. You've got a long weekend here, so you want to have a good positive result, but bearing in mind you've got a long weekend. Looking at Carter Fox now, is he trying to dive under the 1-800 car of Joey Lasagna? Can't quite get it done there under corner.
1-800 Lasagna, Joey Callock.
Joey opposite lock, Joey Callock, whatever you want to. But can't quite get it done. Joey's in a fast car as well there, and we caught a glimpse of Josh Brisbane there as well. So he's currently sitting in 8th. That's a pretty good run for Joshy Brisbane as well. And Michael Westaway having a fantastic run, sitting up there in 5th, just behind El Presidente himself, Mark Talbots, in position 4.
Cars sweeping around the top end of the circuit now. Checkered flag at the ready. Great job all day by our volunteer officials. And there is the checkered flag. It will be CLW. Chris Lewis-Williams to his friends and family. Cameron Bella into P2. Adam Brewer in the end settled for P3. But boy, a very, very close indeed P3 it was. So that's your podium. Chris Lewis-Williams, Cameron Bella, and Adam Brewer. Apologise for the mistaken name earlier on there for Adam, but he is doing a tremendous job. Big fan of what he's doing in the 944s in season 2023. And looking forward to big things for him tomorrow. Mark Talbots gets home in 4th place, right behind Michael Westaway. Joey Callock in the 1-800. Lasagna car, then Carter Fox. Brisbane will be the next one, and let's see. Is it Manny Menazelma or Westaway? It looks like it's going to be Westaway that gets it home. Westaway to Manny Menazelma, doing a tremendous job. That rounds out our 10. Our newcomer, our new chum is the next one on the road.
Jared. Fantastic performance by Jazz, yeah. So we look on screen there, Johnny Venoris just coming up to round out the field. Pretty good recovery, dare I say it, from Manny Menazelma there, who had a high speed off. A few of the guys had some spins in that race, but really good to see that they've all made it through.
You've got a nickname for all of these guys. Surely a guy like Camponi with that surname, he's got to be the Godfather or something, doesn't he? Is that where we're heading?
Give me 24 hours, Daz.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, exactly. Give me 24 hours and a couple of drinks at the Cows Hotel, and we'll work on some nicknames. And I'll be back with you tomorrow. But sensational race there again. I mean, how close a racing is the Porsche 944 Championships? It's really impressive to see, great race car drivers being that close to each other, going hammer and tong on one of the world's best racetracks. So As we said, fantastic race. Daz, if you want me to run through, or
Yeah, go for it.
Go through the running through the top 10 final results. There's the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, who takes the win from Cameron Bella by 0.7 of a second. Ads Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, comes home in third. Mark Torbitz, El Presidente, comes home in fourth there, just ahead of Michael Westaway. Joey opposite Lock, home in sixth. The Prince, Carter Fox, comes home in seven. Good run by Carter. Joshy Brisbane in the Green Machine comes home in eighth. Tony Westaway, or Amazon, as we're calling him now, comes home in ninth. And Manny Mezzaselma rounds out the top 10.
Fantastic days racing. Thank you very much, Jack Atley, James Hunt, to his friends in the Formula One world. Great to have Jack as part of our commentary team. Can't wait for him to become a racing car driver again at some stage as well. Yeah. Jack, thanks, buddy.
See you, mate. Thank you. Thanks for hosting.
Tomorrow we have got a fantastic day 2 of round number 5 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll open up with Formula V's at 9:05, Formula Ford improved production cars, BMW E30 and Hyundai Excels, MG and invited British cars, HQs, Saloon Cars, historic touring cars, sports sedans and 944s. We'll line them all up for a race again in the afternoon and have a wonderful time doing so. Thanks for joining us all here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The 888 home loans for the Victorian State Series. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.